non-working royals that are visiting Australia as private citizens and asylum.
One gone, two another. The Duchess of Sussex meeting a survivor of the Bondi attack. Jessica Chappie telling Meghan how she tried to keep her daughter calm as she shielded her from bullets. The couple hearing stories of the day from those who were there.
All right, yeah. Come on, yeah.
They also spoke to those who were Harry and Meghan spent a week on their last visit to Australia in happier circumstances. But today there were still plenty of smiles despite the horrors that happened here 4 months ago. From one famous city location to another. When the couple last came to see Opera House, as royal visitors, thousands gathered to cheer them on. These are different times, but for the few dozen who heard they were coming, an intimate encounter. A chat, a hug, or a selfie. And on the edge of the water for Harry and new dance partner, 4-year-old Charlotte. Her dad Joel competed in the Invictus Games, a sports competition for injured military veterans that Harry founded.
I think just having the stardom that Harry and Meghan bring to the Invictus Games is what gives it the traction so that you get more sponsors, we can get more people involved, and ultimately make a bigger impact.
And on the harbour, the couple heard more stories from Invictus participants on how sport helped change their lives. Meghan getting a few tips on sailing.
Most of Harry and Meghan's time here in Australia has been spent engaging with the community, especially around those issues they really care about, like mental health and military veterans. But it's the commercial opportunities available to them as non-working royals that grab them off the headlines.
Opportunities like this one. Billed as a girls' weekend like no other at a 5-star beachside resort with Meghan as special guest. Tickets costing about £1,700 for the VIP package. It's not known how much the Duchess will earn from this. Harry and Meghan are expected to leave Australia on Saturday, and while some here have little time for the couple, plenty of others say they welcome them back soon. Simon Atkinson, BBC News in Sydney.
The UK's biggest gaming awards take place in London tonight, celebrating the best the industry has to offer. Well, this year will include a glimpse of the new James Bond video game. It does follow a difficult few years for the games industry, as our correspondent Mark Chesnack now reports.
Critically acclaimed, fantastical role-playing games. Sarcastic superheroes. Pleasure and power washing. The titles nominated at the 2026 BAFTA Game Awards demonstrate the breadth of creative expression on show, an industry that's had for years. Games writer, actor, and other peers stars as a demonic superhero in the BAFTA-nominated Dispatch. I spoke to her about the state games business is in.
There have been so many layoffs and studio closures, and overall is really low. Most of the investors who are propping up the games industry have frankly fled to AI, to an industry that is going to give them potentially more exponential growth. It's not that the industry is actually failing. In fact, especially is an opportunity for a bunch of people who share the same passion to get in the room and celebrate each other.
Role-playing title, the obscure Expedition 33, is a favourite to take the big award, but it's already lost a best game accolade elsewhere after its developers used AI for minor background art. To assume a place with human work. We need to vote now. Arguments about AI aside, BAFTAs has 17 award categories. Expedition 33 is up for best game against blockbuster adventure titles Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, as well as charming indie puzzlers like Green. Apart from seeing awards handed out, the BAFTAs have provided a sneak peek of the next James Bond. I'll tell you one, the next video game James Bond that is. The theme song and token by Lana Del Rey and Billy Joel. Those are really good. This was the final project approved by maritime producer Wrongful before giving it control of the franchise and its analysts. The line between moving and game is long and blurred. That's why I'd love to see big screen animation exoneration.
Now, 25 webcams have been set up across Britain, leaving a glimpse into moments in the wild that are rarely seen firsthand, from badgers emerging from their sets to ospreys returning from their winter migration. These Wildlife Trust cameras have been switched on for peak viewing season. Here is a live shot of the Antoine Bay Osprey nest at Rutland Water Nature Reserve, where the resident pair of ospreys have been breeding together since 2015. And here you can see a colony of gannets just 350 metres off the west coast of Alderney, which is home to almost 6,000 pairs of northern gannets from February to October each year. Now, just a reminder of our top story in this lunchtime. So Keir Starmer says he is absolutely furious that he was not told Lord Mandelson had failed to pass security vetting for the post of US ambassador. Opposition parties are calling on the Prime Minister to resign. Now, coming up, we'll be looking at the popularity of nostalgic sweets. And more than 3/4 of UK shoppers say they buy confectionery which specifically reminds them of their childhood. Right, we're going to have a full weather forecast for you in the next half an hour. A quick summary though now with Sam. Hi Sam.
Hi there, Ben. Thanks very much. The wildlife cameras there will show quite a bit of sunshine around. In fact, as we head through this weekend, conditions going to improve as high pressure builds in. So it will turn dry. We'll see increasing amounts of sunshine, but it will be a little bit cooler. That's because we're losing a very warm air, which we've had today, certainly across England and Wales, and replacing it with this area of high pressure, but some slightly fresher air, as you can see here from the blue hue. So it means it's going to turn dry. We'll lose the showers on Saturday, a lot drier on Sunday, with plenty of sunshine, certainly through the morning, and it will feel a little bit cooler by then. I'll have more for you later in the show.
All right, Stan, thank you very much indeed. Well, now they are safely back on Earth. The crew of the historic and record-breaking Artemis 2 mission to the moon are talking about their extraordinary experience, which saw them travelling further into space than any other human beings. They also, by the way, became the first astronauts to see parts of the far side of the moon with their own eyes. Well, Crew Commander Reed Wiseman says the outpouring of support from around the world has given him hope for the future. And he's been talking to our science editor, Rebecca Morel.
What is it like to be back on Earth?
It's the greatest feeling that you could ever have. It really is. To know that we just went through that, we survived that. To come to work and look at Victor and Christina and Jeremy, my crewmates, and to feel their love. I mean, we are hugging each other. We have immense pride in what we just accomplished. And then to look online and just see the global outpouring of hope and excitement and joy, we never could have imagined that.
Did you really not know that the world was so captivated by your mission?
We never got a single news article or news story. The only way we started to hear about this was on flight day 2 and 3. We got our first very brief family conferences. When I talked to my kids, and both of my daughters were like, Dad, I don't know, it's crazy down here. Like, you might not want to come follow this. It's off the rails. And that was when we really started to realize what was going on. And I did not understand the magnitude of it until it came up.
It was an extraordinary moment during the mission, very waking moment, when Jeremy Hansen named the photograph of your late wife, Carol.
That was the moment for the crew that we gelled as a crew. That was the moment that we are forever bonded. And you could feel it. There was a seismic difference on the side of that spacecraft before and after that event. We were good before, but we were inseparable after. We were looking at the moon out the window, and Jeremy goes, man, Reed, I think we see Grimaldi, we see Glushko, we see Carl Prager right there. I was like, Jeremy, it's just for sure, 100%, it's just right in front of us. And I turned to Jeremy and I said, I think now's the right time to do this. And he did it, and it was unbelievably powerful. there's no, I cannot describe that. He was ice cold, we were all crying, I was crying, and that was, for my two daughters to get to see that, words.
What was it like being so kind of closed in together? I mean, you do look like you all get on pretty well, but that is
We really were. It was not bad. I don't underestimate how nice it was to have a bathroom at the door, even though it was so small, you're wedged in there. But that just made, like, there's one aspect of being a human being that you just don't want to share with everyone, and that's the aspect. So just knowing you got a bathroom with the closing door was amazing. And then after that, there were moments where we were getting annoyed with each other, someone would get annoyed with someone else, and we would never, ever, ever let that moment slip. We would just bring it up real quick. This hurt, or this cut me a little bit, and we would talk about it, and we would move straight on through it. And then that only happened like 2 or 3 days, and then mission. We really were one entity. Like, we were crawling all over each other, we were sleeping in close proximity, we were helping each other, and we were everyone we had at all times. It was a gorgeous thing to be a part of. It was so cool.
I mean, now you're back, are you sort of having the rules in this room? Are you kind of phoning them every day? Are you messaging them every second day? You kind of following them close to you?
Every time we see each other, we are smiling at each other. There is such a nice love. And the way that all 4 of us performed on that mission, we did not come back with regrets. All 4 people performed to their absolute best.
Who was that about what the entry was like?
I was a little nervous because the Artemis One heat shield, and I knew a lot of investigations had gone into that, and I wasn't nervous about the heat shield in particular. You're coming back into Earth's atmosphere 39 times the speed of sound. And if something goes wrong, it's just going to go wrong. Our awareness was heightened like I've never seen my awareness. I remember every single thing with unbelievable crystal clarity. And it's 13 minutes long. And you're at 4 Gs that almost that entire time riding it through the atmosphere. And then there were some things that we didn't expect, like the vehicle reorients when it gets below about 70,000 feet. That was disconcerting and a little bit odd. And then parachutes start coming out. When the drones come out, we were under we had a lot of rates on the vehicle, and then the drones release, and there's about 4 seconds of free fall under 10,000 feet where you're just falling. It's like an amusement park ride, and it's going thousands of feet, and you're in the spaceship again at 0 G, just falling back to Earth. And then the mains come out, and then splash down in the Pacific. It was actually very soft, like hitting the world.
Would you go back to the moon?
I want to root others on to go back to the moon, but if NASA came and said, we need you to go back to the moon, I would talk to my kids, but that was pretty awesome mission. It was pretty awesome.
Alright, now it is time to join our colleagues from the news. Where are you?
Hi there, I'm Michael Shaw. This is from the BBC Sports Centre. Rolling back the years to the early 80s when Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa were dominant in Europe. Now they're back in a Euro semi-final facing each other. Talking a long way, it's been 25 years since Coventry City were last in the Premier League. They'll be finally back if they can get a point at Blackburn tonight. It's business as usual for Live Golf, as their CEO rubbishes speculation. The controversial tour is going to collapse. So, first of all, Nottingham Forest have 2 very different goals to aim for over the coming month, avoiding relegation from the Premier League and reaching the first European final since 1980. They are into the semi-finals of the Europa League in the face of England's rivals Aston Villa, who were also massive on the continent back in the early 80s. The choice for Forest progress last night came at a cost. Striker Chris Wood, just back from injury, was back on the treatment table after his collapse after just 8 minutes. The Forest defender, Jan Bednarek, sent off. Forest took advantage of the extra man straight away. Corbin gives White scoring as Forest won 2-1 on that post. And he celebrated with the shirt of his teammate Elliot Anderson, who was unable to play after his mother passed away early on Thursday. So it's Forest's first European semi-final since 1984. The BBC's David Jackson was covering the game last night. I spoke to him earlier about what it means for Forest to return to a European semi-final.
It's incredible, especially given the way this season's gone, with a relegation fight alongside it and with 4 different managers over the course of the season as well. Now for us to be in the semi-final in the context of this season is remarkable. In the context of the history, Forest have waited 30 years for any kind of European football, so just to be involved in Europe in the first place is fantastic. I remember at the start of this campaign, being in Seville ahead of the game against Real Betis, and I was with Steve Hodge, the original Forest midfielder who played in that semi-final back in 1984, and he said, I think Forest should be looking at getting to the semi-finals this year, and that felt a long way away at that point. And now here we are. They said first time since 1984, and the fans look every second of it now.
Absolutely, and the chance to make history by beating Aston Villa, who you drew with at the weekend, bizarrely, all English semi-final.
Yeah, amazing that teams with such European history themselves. You know, we talked about their European history over 40 years ago, and now meeting, you know, in the semi-finals. It's brilliant. So we'll be the English team in the final, which is fantastic. I mean, that game at the weekend, yes, I know we talk about it, very happy to get a point out of it, and their endeavour is what earned them a point. I think there were worrying signs in that of just how good Villa can be as well. So Forest's chances of actually reaching the final is, you know, up and away. We'll see it with 2 legs. I think Villa are a very good team. But look, who knows? The way this season's gone, it's got a bumpy ride on the way, but there's been some incredible performances from Forest. I expect them to 3-0 away at Fenerbahce, for example, in the Premier League, 3-0 away at Liverpool. So you absolutely wouldn't write Forest off, because that's what this season has been.
So next to these England's rivals Aston Villa in the semis, and they returned to the big time a couple of years ago when they reached the semis of the European Conference League. Now they've upgraded, favourites to win the Europa League, thrashing along with 4-0 for the Park in their second leg. They were already through after the first leg, so this was pretty much a statement display on the manager Bruno Emery, who himself has won the Europa League 4 times. I thought the last reserve was a penalty, but it's still one of the nights. How special it can be.
Yeah. Get cracking and all. This is what we need.
Because I left the fisherman at the back, put them on the chair, so I take them from the bag of friend.
Yeah. Yes, babe. Yes, babe. Yeah, later.
Aston Villa have won the women's competition, of course. They need to
Yes, guys, welcome to my live, guys. Thanks for joining my live. You know today is Friday. Today is Friday and we have to do some cooking for our customers. Some fried fish, some jerk chicken. Yeah, get it going. Curry goat soup, Spanish water soup. Yeah, that's what we're getting going at the moment. Change that.
If they can get the point they need at struggling Blackburn Rovers in Eagle Park. But earlier, I spoke to the so-called Manhattan Tea Cozy fans in their red away kit last week. Now, Dave and Fred, that's good news for them.
Jesus Christ.
We want the trophy, we want the national championship title, but we want the official cricket against the name on the actual league game. To say we've actually been promoted, and then after the way we should not be promoted. Anyway, everybody trophies we're promoted already.
Fred, where does this sit in the club's history? Obviously, you won the FA Cup in Coventry in 1987. How does this compare with that?
It's completely different, as you know. I mean, they not the FA Cup, we all know that. But to get to the promised land, we've been there, we loved it, and we want back again, obviously, and we're going to do it. But tonight, we're going to go to the grounds that we used to go to when we were in the Premier League.
mean, I'm Bristol City and Middlesbrough, again, at one single level, we want to go to the elite grounds, we want to see all the new stadiums that we haven't seen, obviously, we've got a long way from being in that Premier League. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be carnage. We have a massive amount of fans. There's a lot of fans at the ground now. Never even saw any Premier League games. Because we're only brought around about that area 25 years ago, weren't they? They didn't even put it in, we're probably more than us. I just want to come back and do one full season, at least in the Premier League, put in every Saturday for an away game. That's what I'm looking forward to.
What will your emotions be like tonight, if you do it?
Around his ears. I know. It makes ears. It could be tears.
Now away from football to rugby union, England's Hannah Bottoman and May Campbell play no part in the Women's Six Nations as they both require surgery for different injuries. Meanwhile, Ellie Gildon has been named on the wing rather than in her regular fullback role. Part of a much-trained England lineup to face Scotland tomorrow. Scotland made just one change from their win over Wales at 25,000 plus crowd will leave Multilateral in the biggest standalone women's sporting fixture in the country's history. Snooker star Mark Williams is hoping to strip off again, so desperate is he to win a fourth world title at the Crucible, because when he last triumphed at the Crucible in 2018, Williams did fulfill a pre-tournament pledge to take his blinders off in front of the world's media. Well, the World Champs start in Sheffield tomorrow. Now Williams has promised to go a step further. Yeah, drivers beware.
Someone said the World Championship for after running the fourth and running the car, they're going to do it, you know. I'd do anything to try to get another one, but the chances are me, Ronnie and John, and we just go by and one of us the rest might even win it.
Now it's business as usual apparently for the controversial breakaway Live Golf Tour after rumours it was about to collapse. That's according to the CEO. The questions about Liv's future funding were raised earlier this week, but speaking in an interview during the first round of the Mexico event, Scott O'Neill said he was already disappointed with some of the coverage.
Getting the momentum of this business, we're really excited about where we are and the position we are. This notion of secret meetings and, getting summoned to New York. I live in New York, so it's easy to summon myself there. But it's there's a lot of reaching and grabbing for headlines and clickbait and stories. For us, we're business as usual.
There's plenty going on with Live Golf on the course too in Mexico City. How about this shot? Carlos Ortiz got creative as he hit a shot off the track. Burton up to disrupt the top of the leaderboard. Victor Perez is 9 in the par, 3 shots ahead of John Ram. There we are. Will Sparks himself if we play golf this weekend. That's all from us. Hello again. Now, millions of people take part in grassroots sports across the UK, but behind every rowing team,
That's nice. It's 100% nice.
working quietly in the background to make it all
Yeah.
Well, our correspondent James
Slow cooking.
has been meeting the unsung heroes
Nice.
as part of their communities, including 81-year-old Dave.
Right, hello. See that, Good.
Can you do a little bit of acting for us? What can I say about Dave Daniels? That really doesn't. He's been involved in the club for
That's a weird, you know.
He's a substitute like
Okay.
feeling. He's one of the gentlest people you will ever meet. He has a lovely wife, Janet. I can assure you that time spent with him today is never wasted.
Training the mini team to managing the big team. From collecting the walls to watching the shows.
Okay.
For 50 years, Dave has volunteered to do the lot. Sounds like a legend.
Absolute legend. You will love him.
With gusto.
Welcome to Sun Caulfield Rugby Club, the real old community rugby for everyone.
And rugby's game has been James's. Like that one. That's a keeper, isn't it? And the other person in the relationship is? All over the country, there are volunteers like Dave who keep grassroots sports alive.
Yes,
this phone.
Did I switch off?
I say, go off and now, come on.
They think we're getting this from the Grassroots, but we've got everybody here to show their appreciation.
Boom, bang, bang.
Sport like this will live
Some carrot and some stuff in there. Oatmeal.
You're an amazing bloke, and I hope you appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'm the young one.
Here's to all the unsung grassroots heroes. And all the long-suffering sidekicks. Jacob will be dismissed.
More than 3/4 of British shoppers say they buy sweets that specifically remind them of their childhood. Well, with sales booming at traditional confectioners and supermarkets alike, our business reports have been running. They've been finding out why rhubarb and custard and coconut cubes are as popular as ever.
A trip to the forest in pocket money was one of the sweetest towards childhood. And as more of us get all nostalgic, well, we're off to sweet treats that take us back. In fact, more than 3/4 of us are going old school. And confectioners are actually not all. Honey bottles first appeared in the early 1900s when you became a top. Picnics took in the 70s, while the online supermarket has seen sales to a dinner burger really far over. And we want to leave it off. Even further back, the bomb originated in the 17th century French court period of 14, searching for the UK version up by nearly 350%. In the UK, apparently, we prefer the sweet harder than a piece of fulfilling. So, what's behind the sugar rush revival and which retro treats flying off the shelves have been provided? War is over. And we're not just being more happy, we're being more hungry. Fraction us, we need to speak to others.
Fat boy, I'm just show.
Eh?
Fat man, I'm
Try rob you.
Yeah, man. Come on, I'm telling you.
Retailers,
No, I'm just spawn. But this is for them, it's 5 pounds.
Yeah.
What about money for them country?
Yeah.
So we've got
What happened last night? What my man come back here last night?
Yeah, I'm going now, yeah. If you notice, my boy, one way in the time, my boy, 2 back here running, and I come back.
Yeah.
I'm taking them back, you know, something there, program, you know, you know, I say, man. Yeah, Bagel is an alcohol and champion, you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to champion outside, you know, and go.
No more go down Lucian way, man. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why most of the man who know him at work. I say, this is them are going.
Oh, that's true. Bagel,
So I buy a backland and go down there.
I charm him, so she must say, but I'm going on the people who are running in there, but it's good in there, Bagel, as a chopper. Alcohol and Paul is there.
Paul in the other as well.
Yeah, she come there, she drop me down there. I'm going to end up with some boom and go put on some clothes.
Yeah.
So I will go to Spraggabenz and phones and think I'll be head.
I may go home and say never be able. When you say you have home, when you call me on my way home at Perry, you know.
Oh, okay.
Just go there and just, I'm not in bed done. I just pick up some clothes and come back and say I'm bed and so you know I'm going to sleep here.
Best thing is, because I told me about that, I'm going to do like sharp money when I think I'm going to say. She not see.
Yeah.
I'm following me. We're busy this semester. Just tell my champion.
Is it Roger?
Oh, Roger never come with me there.
Yeah.
Who come with us say my left work? Say my left work. Say that, you might have to pass on and come back.
Okay.
No, not even that. No, it's a thing with it. I have gone down now.
Let's see if there's a sweet taste to the weekend weather. Staff can tell us.
There is indeed actually, Ben. High pressures are building in. Good afternoon to you. It's a bit mixed today though. We've got gloomy skies for the north and west, but outbreaks of rain and storm north we shall. The first south of the we're close to the area of high pressure, so it's 6 hours of sunshine for the southeast evening. Slightly standard obviously highs the temperature, but it will be breezy for because of low pressure nearby, most of the in the north and the west. You can see the standard low pressure to the northwest of the UK. The times is about twice an hour across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it's actually 40-45 miles an hour in exposure around western Scotland. But it's scooping up that warm area ahead of this tropical system for East Anglia and the southeast. And given the solar stars which you see now, quite 20 Celsius mark over the next couple of hours or so. This kind of rain will speed spreading slowly across England and Wales. And for Scotland and Northern Ireland, that's history showers and sun stars recently heavy with some rumbles of thunder. But 19 or 20 degrees in the southeast. Close to the mid-teens to the north and west. That weather front spreads across England and Wales, eventually clears the southeast, with clear skies further west of the from Scotland and Northern Ireland. Temperature 6 degrees for the low around 5 to 8 Celsius. Now that area of low pressure begins to pull away to the north as we enter the start of the weekend, allowing this area of high pressure to build in from the southwest. So we can start to have quite a bit of sunshine for England and Wales. Building into the afternoon, a few showers here. Most of the showers there will be across Scotland and Northern Ireland, especially in the northern half of the Scotland coast area and low pressure again. Most of the see showers come right there. Temperature's still quite mild, maybe not quite as warm as today, 17 degrees at the high. Now this area of the high pressure moving in, we'll have a little bit of cooler air mixed in with you. You can see the blue hue there. So although it's going to settle down, kill off most of the showers, and there will be more sunshine, right? It's going to start chilly. So early this week, lots of sunshine through the morning, then you'll see some fair weather cloud building towards the afternoon. But I think most places will tend to stay dry. Temperature-wise, low to mid-teens, it will feel a little bit cooler. And our area of high pressure sticks around into next week. It does change position and allow us to pick up an easterly wind. So and there will be some cool air moving down from the North Sea, certainly for eastern areas. The rest of any warmth and sunshine will tend to be towards central and west areas. But given high pressure, we should see quite a bit of sunshine around. It's going to feel quite spring-like. And then the highest of the temperatures will tend to be across southern and western areas, certainly a lot cooler along the North Sea facing coasts.
Thank you very much indeed, and that is it from today's BBC News at 1, so do enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.
Delroy put up some pictures still, so. You see Delroy put up pictures, so they're full.
Yeah, man, full picture one. Some picture of them and something. Look like them already.
Yeah?
Look, nice. God, most of them already.
Yeah.
has said he is furious he was not told that Lord Mandelson failed his vetting process before he was appointed US ambassador.
Not only was I not told, co-ministers, I'm absolutely furious.
Those who cannot to return home as the family ceasefire comes into effect between Israel and Lebanon. This is the sea, live in Beirut. The UK and France are chairing a virtual meeting in Paris today, hoping to establish a multilateral mission to open the Strait of Hormuz. Police in London are investigating whether items found near the Israeli embassy are linked to a threat from an Iran-linked group here in the UK. The Prime Minister says it is staggering and unforgivable that he was there told Lord Mandelson had failed security vetting for his appointment last year as US ambassador. The opposition parties are calling on Keir Starmer to resign over the row, saying that if he didn't know Mandelson had failed the vetting process, he should have done. Here's our political correspondent, Kate Gilson.
The Prime Minister arrived in France this morning as he faces more targets at home. Yesterday it was revealed that Lord Mandelson failed security vetting during the process of appointing him ambassador to the US. The government says that Keir Starmer did not know until Tuesday this week, more than any other minister. The Foreign Office was responsible by the organisation which carried out the in-depth checks, and his appointment went ahead. The department's top civil servant, Sir Ollie Robbins, continued with his job. Today, the Prime Minister was asked if he was considering his own position, but this was his response.
That I wasn't told that Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting when he's appointed his staff. That I wasn't told that it failed security vetting when I was told Parliament that due process is unforgivable. Not only was I not told, I'm absolutely furious.
But the leader of the opposition thinks that Keir should resign.
The Greens not to remain named, it is utterly preposterous that throughout this period, the Prime Minister appeared to not know that Mandelson failed security vetting. All the questions he's asked over the last 7 months, the Prime Minister expects us to believe that he, the chief prosecutor, never asked what happened with security vetting.
As the Prime Minister co-hosts talks today on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, he faces calls to step down from the Green Party, Reform, the SNP, and once again, Labour's leader in Scotland. The Liberal Democrat said MPs should investigate exactly what he knew from January.
Even if that is a true story, it shows that there was total negligence and competence rifles of his government, and he didn't take this decision seriously.
The story is far from over. The Prime Minister says he'll come to Parliament on Monday to set out the full facts. And the Foreign Affairs Committee of MPs has asked Sir Ollie Robbins, the outgoing top Foreign Office official, to give fresh evidence about the vetting of Lord Mandelson next week.
And following the release last month of the first portion of documents relating to the former ambassador's appointment, more files are due to be published soon. News.
We've seen the Prime Minister in Paris doing that statement a short time ago. It was there straight to the news. Just in other related news, I can tell you that the Iranian Foreign Minister, that's actually, has just told a Reuters news that the Strait of Hormuz will be completely open for the rest of the ceasefire, so long as the ceasefire in Lebanon is observed. So the Strait of Hormuz is completely open for the rest of the ceasefire. And I can tell you that the market sales got 10% as a result of that statement. So an important development there ahead of the meeting of these 30 countries that are discussing this afternoon how they will police the Strait once the war is over. But of course, most of the questions right now, of course, is related to this story around Peter Mandelson, reaction to that coming in at the time. The Reform UK leader, Nigel Farage, has been taking in the Prime Minister. He says he firmly believes that he deliberately lied to the country.
West Coast curry is cooking today.
I think there's some confusion about the portrayal of what's quite a complicated process of security vetting. I think the story
Gotta put some cornstarch in it. Make the gravy.
was a recommendation that people on this mission feel is vetting, and that was presented as the decision, which was then overruled by the Government Secretary by Solly and that was not communicated to Downing Street. I think all of that story actually, in terms of the way the process works, is incorrect. I have dealt with lots of security challenges in my career, not least in the Cabinet Secretary's office for a number of years, and it's sort of presented in this story, and there's very people level, but it's presented as a drawing contest that somebody assesses you and it's a pass fail, and then somebody overrules it. Particularly at this very senior level, that's not the way it works. It's a risk assessment. Most people have some risk attached to them, particularly if they're going to be in senior office. Of course, it's even generic figure. It could be money, it could be relationships, it could be overseas contacts, it could be relatives, whatever. And particularly when an outcome has already been announced, as in this case, you're presented with an analysis of the risks and a handling plan. And the job of it could be the Permanent Secretary, and in this case, obviously, it would be because of the seniority and importance of the job. But in most cases, it seems to be an official in the Department of Justice, the Foreign Office, going to say this risk is manageable, therefore we should go ahead, or not. And the one thing that we never do is tell ministers of any kind go with the vetting system and starts. If ministers wait to appointments and don't say that we delved into this is their money, this is their private life and so forth, then nobody will undertake vetting.
There's a lot about the vetting process. The former chief intelligence officer just fulfilled the Russia investigation role at Strait, So let's start with the process itself, which you know a lot about. Who does that, and who is informed about the outcome?
So, two real organisations do better cases in the UK. One is the organisation
Yeah, I'm prawn in it.
So I think we have to look at that. The other thing is and those of us who certainly we didn't have that power existed, we didn't have anything to decide in that way. Right. So just
Well, I have friends that come with us, the boy, I want to know what's the matter.
Oh.
Because I don't know, I'm friend.
So, you don't know all the papers that when you sell the place at Jamaica? Yeah, you tell me say, that, yeah, you tell me say,
the chief of staff in Downing Street. So of course we don't know what conversation there was with Multilateral because his phone was lost.
One of the problems with this case actually is the fact that not only was the book decided for the security vetting started, I was actually on a show, I believe, that after the ability to attend. So it was actually announced for security vetting started. And that creates a real hostage to fortune, I think. It's clear that vetting was then cross-tracked to Russia, in Germany, 2025, February 2025, to push this through. It was one system called the total system upside down. And every time there was the failed vetting that couldn't go ahead, there was a huge comparison that was being difficult to go ahead.
Is it, I mean, his ultimate boss was very well. Yes, I can't speculate on that. Just one final question. Given that he was in post for months, and information of the terrorist was sent to the show, would that have been communicated to Downing? Is it conceivable that throughout this process, the back and forth that goes on between London and Washington, they would not know at any point until Tuesday when he failed the vetting?
Looking at a system failed there, but in one thing that's incredible, so the fact that it failed the vetting process would not be known to the government or in their history.
Christian, always grateful for your time. Thank you so much. We'll take a short break while we're across the UK. You're watching BBC. Welcome back. Let's briefly return to the breaking news I brought you a short time ago. A statement from the Foreign Minister in Iran who says passage will be free through the Strait of Hormuz during the period of the ceasefire, so long as the ceasefire holds in Lebanon. And in the last few minutes, President Trump has, of course, posted on Truth Social. Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready to fly.
Yeah?
Stuck
on each other.
Oh.
Oh, is it too hot? Is it too hot? Or when you put it in there, hot enough? Yo! Yeah, man, I'm there in the kitchen and doing what I do. Tomorrow I will start that up. I can't do that. I'll check a little more. Yeah, alright. When I come back, man. When I come back. Yeah? Yeah, man. See you, man.
It's starting to look like something that we had coalition of the will, which of course was going to discuss post-conflict resolutions in Ukraine. And Paris correspondent James Warpace has been explaining what this summit is hoping to achieve.
It's resembling, I think, more of a political calling to action. We've just seen German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni join to Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron for this summit of more than 30 countries. Yes, there are military themes to their discussions. Talk of escorts for commercial vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz, warships helping them through. Talk of the sharing of intelligence and of demining the waterway, as it's thought the Iranians have mined it in some areas. But beyond that, I think the focus here is more on ensuring these fragile ceasefires now in place across the Middle East, that they hold in some way. And what they are talking about, I think, today at the Elysee Palace is about restoring confidence. They want too many shipping companies, their insurers, to feel more safe about passing that, and they want the global markets to ease in some way. There is a clear political motivation for the countries here to form part of the solution to end a war they are far from happy about in the first place.
Where about? Huh? Yeah, I'm going to ask. In Southern Lebanon. What's your latest update on the ceasefire?
The latest indications we have of the ceasefire, however shaky, is basically holding. There has been a warning from Israel's defense minister, perhaps a short time ago, telling people in Lebanon that they may have to evacuate again as they return to their homes if Israel resumes its fighting against Hezbollah. So they're approaching this, it seems very tentative still at this stage. Now this came about as a result of the State Department really sort of trying diplomacy of brokering this agreement. It's between Israel and Lebanon, but of course it's Hezbollah, which is the party that has been fighting against Israel for the past 6 weeks. And it's rocket fire and drones that have really caused so much problem for the north of the country, citizens there living through a very dangerous days, and they have really objected to this ceasefire, criticising it. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has come out, telling people in Israel that there is still this plan to keep Israeli forces in the ground in what he's calling a buffer zone, deep inside Lebanese territory, to about 6 miles. And the idea there is to stop any possible Hezbollah incursions into northern Israel and to stop anti-tank missiles. The Prime Minister did accept that still Hezbollah has its rocket arsenal, but he said that this was something that should be sorted out in talks that Israel and Lebanon have been invited to in Washington to try to thrash out some kind of a peace deal. They are saying that in Israel that needs to involve the disarmament of Hezbollah, but as we've been hearing, that is something that is likely to be extremely difficult to achieve.
Well, President Trump can't start in it. Saying they are getting close and said to a deal. So the next meeting with Iran will happen this week. The Iranian UN ambassador said they were cautiously optimistic about these talks. Let's talk about other news. We've been watching very closely the situation in central London this afternoon. There's a development story there. Police have appeared in protective clothing around the Israeli embassy in central London. The Met Police said there was an increased police presence in Kensington Gardens as they investigated a number of discarded items. They are aware, they say, of a video that was shared online overnight in which group claimed to have targeted the embassy with drones carrying dangerous substances. Here's a statement from one of the senior officers of Shooting. London, a video shared online overnight in which the group claimed to have targeted the nearby embassy in Israel with drones carrying dangerous substances. Whilst we can confirm that the embassy has not been attacked, we're carrying out urgent inquiries to determine the authenticity of the video and to identify any potential link between it and the items discarded in Kensington Gardens. Let's remind you, as we talked about in New York, about the news that we're getting on in Iran, that's a Russian foreign minister saying that trade between Australia and translation in the coming days while the ceasefire is in place. That is depending on the situation and whether remain under these terms. There are suggestions from Islamabad that troops might return on Monday to bring the conflict to an end. And oil is going down to $90 a barrel. So clearly that is some relief to this happening things clear to return to normal after, of course, the International Energy Agency found just yesterday that there's only 6 weeks of blackmail remaining here in Europe. So that means you might have seen from the start of the conversation that we were going to talk about the vote. Let's talk about him because there are some pictures from Cameroon that we'll be watching closely. Of course, the public has had some striking things to say about Donald Trump in recent days, not by name, but there's no mistake in who he's referring to in some of his statements, calling on world leaders to think more about peace than war. There have been some big congregations in Cameroon over the course of this visit. So let's get a thought on what's been going on from Paul Benji, who reports from the stadium.
I'm standing outside the Geopolitical Stadium in Cameroon's economic capital, Douala. And just behind me are thousands of people who are congregated here to listen to Pope Leo. He's holding a body march here in Douala. And there is some sense of eagerness here. We're being told that a good number of people spent the night in this space, on this ground, just to be able to participate in Pope Leo's mass this morning. On Thursday, Pope Leo headed to Bamenda in the Restic Northwest region, which is the epicenter of the Anglo armed conflict. There he called for peace and reconciliation and criticized those he termed tyrants and rulers of war. Pope Leo's visit in Cameroon has been highly expected, especially because people felt that he would bring an end to the conflict that has been raging for nearly 10 years. But this meeting of Douala is also symbolic because it is where post-electoral...
Hello Atlantica, how you doing? Bless up man, long time. How you doing? Everything good? Just here in the kitchen doing my thing, innit? Thank you for joining my live.
Hello there, sunshine will be quite limited this afternoon. Probably the best of it towards southern and eastern parts of the UK, further north to the west.
I'm making curry good soup, manish water, doing fried fish, which is extra meat fish. And we're jerking chicken as well, chicken on the fire as well, on the outside. Alright, bless up my sister, bless up.
So Saturday, chilly start, with some sunshine, it will go across England and Wales. Lots of showers into Scotland, will breezy. High pressure will be building in all the while, so one of the showers will die away from southern and western.
You know everybody good enough. Mrs. Sean is okay. She's in Jamaica at the moment. You can message her on Facebook and chat with her. Yeah, but she alright man, everything good. Gonna sort out some things down there to come back up next week. So it's all good, everybody good at the moment.
Into the afternoon, you'll see some fair weather cloud just bubbling up. Some places will be dry away from the northern sky. Temperatures a bit lower.
That's finished cook. Pot on to do the rice now. Tell her what, anytime she come back, we organize. Just send her a message in Facebook and we organize, yeah? We organize and bring some for you. So that was the plan, innit? That was the plan and it still can work that way.
Unprecedented pressure to introduce change and quickly. On this week's Talking Business, we speak to experts about how to introduce new technology, and hear from two major CEOs about how they turn companies around. Join me, Mark Lovell, for Talking Business, only here on BBC News.
This is the forefront of the technology.
How much pieces of the wings, yeah? Oh, look at 6 wings. Oh, you not get some. Alright, cool. I'm in the shop. I'm in the shop. Yeah. Oh, you good?
The latest from New York and around the world. Business Today.
As the IMF spring meeting comes to a close, global economies weigh up the impact of an economic slowdown. Nico's nightmares could, as Rocket's powerful new AI tool, undermine the global financial system. And securing oil becomes critical for Pakistan as it struggles to maintain.
No, she said she wants all of them if it's safe. I'm going to put it on the bill. I've got to go. How do you know? I'm going to put the cruise last night. Yeah, blood clot, bomb clot, miserable.
Why you don't cook one?
Yeah, so I'm putting it on your front. I'm putting it on short pan. You're right.
Global markets look to be on a high at the moment.
What can I say? White rice?
Awesome. Let's get two this one.
Alright.
Get two gungo and three different gungo. And one. Get one pack of rice.
I say one more. Look on it. You have something now?
Yeah. Go on.
Alright, so listen now. One pack of rice, 3 noodles, different noodles.
Yeah. And coconut milk.
Make a white something. One coconut milk and a gungo please, yeah?
Two gungo beans.
2 gungo please, yeah.
That's exactly what we're seeing
Yeah.
in U.S. markets. They're actually looking for the elements of the Iran war.
Yes, I normally do this.
Now, financial markets don't seem to be fazed by the risks surrounding the Iran conflict. Are they right, or are investors being too complacent? Diana Shabla is the founder and chief economist at Endo Economics. So are markets right to be shrugging off the impact of the conflict?
They're over-optimistic to be doing this at this point in time. It's one thing for the US to want to reach a deal. It's quite another where there is actually now a coherent leadership structure in Iran that can deliver on any deal that potentially is agreed. I think that's an uncertainty that is very difficult to
rifle from the outside. What has been left? What is the command and leadership structure now in Iran that can deliver on a durable solution? Right, but now that we're hearing that the Strait of Hormuz, in the last 30 minutes, we've heard from Iran's foreign minister that the Strait of Hormuz has reopened for business. Are we going to see even more confidence then coming from investors? Absolutely. The markets are near-term animals, if you like. You know, all of this is priced in relative to expectations of the past, which tend to be short-term in the way they look at the world. And markets, in my experience of over 25 years doing this, typically don't...
Yes, sis. Yeah, man. You understand. Alright, you soon get some of our food. Soon get to taste me on, yeah?
I think it's also extremely difficult.
The way out is just not far from where me at the moment.
Investors are used to being...
So we'll make up some package and bring for you.
what they want. And
Okay?
geopolitical events are not easy to quantify. It is not as clear whatsoever what is
Needing some flour.
the
Put in the soup.
in ICRG in Iraq.
Making some dumplings.
But within that, within the sort of vast country and vast system that Iran is, whether that form of leadership that the US is negotiating with now has the ability to deliver durable peace. And of course, a lot of this is also dependent on the ceasefire with Lebanon and Israel, and whether that holds.
Now, given so much of Iran's oil goes to China, I'm wondering how this has all impacted the relationship between the United States and China.
Well, that's an angle that most are missing from the point of view that it's kind of looked at more broadly that, oh, look, America is distracted in the Middle East and potentially making mistakes, and China benefits from this. That's not the case. First of all, it's not the case for obvious reasons that China is the
I'm always saying I forget how to do. I don't know, chino, bongo, please, coconut milk and rice, no?
Yeah.
China brought Iran to the negotiating table, but also what America is doing here is reasserting its influence in the Gulf and in a strategic manner, because if you look at China's chokehold on critical minerals, the U.S. doesn't have a corresponding card to play in negotiations. Control over the flow of oil globally gives the U.S. that card. So this is a bigger strategic play, whether intended or unintended. It will have dramatic impact on the type of negotiations that we're going to see in mid-May when President Trump travels to China.
That's great. Neither way, I know there's so much to talk about. We're going to have to leave it there for now. Thanks.
I'm using tin gungo. Gungo peas, the tin one, yeah?
In the last 30 minutes,
Like easier and quicker to cook.
Strait of Hormuz is now fully open to all commercial ships for the rest of the ceasefire.
Use some
Marking the truce in Lebanon,
coconut
the price of oil has
milk.
fallen to below $1 a barrel, marking
This
the
one is still gungo.
Natural markets were already in a pretty upbeat mood as U.S. President Donald Trump signaled confidence that the war in Iran will exceed the talks outcome. This weekend, you see that markets are up by some 500 points, and whereas market intelligence strategist at Alpha says it has been a record-breaking week on markets.
A bit of timing.
Now that Iran is saying the Strait of Hormuz, at least temporarily, is out of business.
Seems really wants to keep on going. There's been a lot of optimism this week.
Spring onions.
Some early de-escalation headlines regarding the evolving situation in the Middle East, and also earnings have been rather resilient. So I think we're starting to see there's a lot of momentum that's expected to stay in the U.S. market, and this was happening while we were already doing this key shifts. I think that, before the conflict, we started to see a big rotation into small cash value stocks, and now this geopolitical shock had really kind of reset everything, and now investors are becoming a little bit more optimistic as far as
Put some vegetable seasoning in.
Right now, the U.S. is well positioned to withstand this energy shock, whether it's very short-lived,
Garlic powder.
returning escalations after ceasefire negotiations resume. We'll see what happens, but there's still Boston's rather
all-purpose seasoning.
You're still seeing positive momentum in the economy, and that's expected to continue.
Well, you know,
Then
President Trump has
brown.
just posted again on Truth Social saying the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business, and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force, and in fact, as it pertains to Iran only, until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very
that is that.
in that most of the points are already negotiated, and nuclear handshake is matter. What do you make of all of this? We've already seen the market participants so confident. Will this even push them even higher?
Well, I think what we've learned is that, most analysts, when they were trying to assess the situation, completely removing it from news, there was expectations, some optimistic ones were in the end of April, mid-May, June. So it seems that, there's still a lot more negotiations that have to take place. There's a lot of optimism that Iran has been, hit pretty hard in the motivation to negotiate. Appears to be rather confident that the energy cost will be if that's the case.
In some manish water noodle for the soup. Yeah.
This energy shock is the inflation impulse that's maybe just
That give it the flavor, the ram good flavor.
there's a lot of optimism still that there's going to be good reason to be optimistic in the U.S. economy and also broader.
Then I'll put these in later on. These three: pumpkin, cock soup chicken, cock soup flavor chicken, and pumpkin. Put that in later on, yeah? Yeah, you can learn, sis. You can learn. It's easy.
The global economy is slowing under the weight of
Easy to learn. Easy.
tensions and stubborn inflation. Now, leaders warned that growth could slip further if energy shocks persist, putting the biggest strain on low-income, heavily indebted countries. Now, our very own Michelle Fleury is in Washington, and she is
Dehydrated at the moment.
Pakistan's foreign minister.
And I need to clean some prawns now.
And from our perspective, those reserves are being maintained. However, I think that's the...
Then I'm going to make some coleslaw.
What it means for the United. We are looking at the vulnerable and how we can help them. So the two levers, so motorbikes, motorcycles, we're looking at transportation, public transportation, so buses, trucks, which transport goods. And then finally, agriculture, especially small farms, who have located less than 25 years. And all of this is being transmitted digitally. So what we have definitely seen is we are watching what's going on in other countries, whether it's South Asia, Southeast Asia, and other parts of the country. And what we do not want to do at this point in time, at least, is to go and do physical intervention at petrol pumps, at gas stations, because that what we've seen is get into more and more situations.
Now let's take a look at some other news. The co-founder of Netflix, Reed Hastings, is leaving the company, stepping down as chairman of the streaming platform that he set up nearly 30 years ago. He has been at the helm of the company for much of that time, overseeing Netflix's evolution from the
Yes, guys, please like, tap the screen twice and like. Let me know where you're watching my stream from. Please.
A 16% increase in revenue for the first quarter of 2026. Its first set of results since its failed bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Now let's take a quick look at financial markets. They are up 700 points on the news of the Strait of Hormuz is now open. That's it for me.
One day I was making an omelette and I cried there from the bin and got the shells on the bottom. And I was like, wonderful.
Thank you, Greg. It's something men joke about, but is it real? And is it necessarily a bad thing?
I see it as like really making space for all of the new things that it's figuring out.
Finally, neuroscience is turning its attention to the brains of minds to be.
All these aims together.
Put your mind to it, you can do it. Everyone, where are you watching from? Yes.
Ask them, where are you watching from?
And the new evidence is
I am in the UK.
question widely held beliefs.
I think it's kind of our rethinking how we're creating matter, like we do matter. They're undergoing tremendous transformation.
Watch on BBC Highway.
Here at BBC Verified, we use forensic investigative techniques and tools to fact-check stories, verify information, and counter disinformation. Using data analysis and the latest technology, our journalists examine the evidence and get to the facts. Watch our BBC Verified reports on the BBC News channel or online to find out more.
Welcome back. As you've just been hearing in the business news, the bulls are running on the financial markets, and that is because of the statement that Donald Trump has just posted on Truth Social. Let me remind you of that. The Strait of Hormuz rights is completely open and ready for business and full passage. But the naval blockade, he goes on, will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as that transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process, he adds, should go very quickly, in that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. Well, there has been a response from the Iranian military, as carried by Iranian state TV in the last few minutes. They say commercial vessels will be allowed to pass the strait, but not military vessels. You might remember that two US vessels, two US naval ships are trying to test the opening of that strait just the other day. Iranians saying they will still target military vessels, but clearly that is good news for the markets as they see it. The price of oil is down quite dramatically. It was at $98 a barrel an hour ago, now around $90 a barrel, and conversely we are seeing quite a rise in equities as the open bell sounded. So a lot of optimism on the markets. We'll perhaps get some response from our correspondents in the region whether that is well planned, because there were still some sizable hurdles to overcome, given, of course, the issue of the nuclear material, Iran's ambitions towards that nuclear material, and the tolling of shipping that would pass through the Strait. Maybe we're getting signals that some of that has been sorted. Sir Keir Starmer is in Paris this afternoon to co-chair with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron gathering of world leaders, and their focus is on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. And here's what it's had to say.
It is very important that we build coalition countries around the principle that the ceasefire should be permanent, there should be a deal, and the Strait of Hormuz. It is in all of our interest to do that, because what's happening in the war in Iran is affecting each of our countries. That's one context of things. Everybody is clear. But in order for that to happen, we need a diplomatic and political link, and we need a logistic link, and we need some military plan. And that is what we're here to do. It was the right thing to do, because the longer this conflict goes on, the more the impact, and I'm mindful of across the Atlantic,
then on the positive, I will work with my family and partners to alleviate that as much as they can ceasefire.
Friends, his photo in that meeting in Paris, but for a really day, he's in Nebuchadnezzar in Lebanon. She was wondering before this announcement came from Donald Trump about ceasefire, because this whole development in Australia forward news reopening is dependent on the ceasefire in Lebanon holding, but as we've been hearing through the morning, there have been certain breaches of that ceasefire.
This is Malatina, one of the main landmarks of this very important city in the south. This was a very vibrant place and a place that everyone knows around in the south. But during the war, it was completely deserted following a relentless campaign of bombardments by the Israelis. This is the site of one of what seems to be a very heavy strike that hit this area. We were told there were a series of shots here, and above there were numbers of apartments. Everything was reduced to this. Now, all the people coming back with their cars at the moment are people coming for the first time to check on their cars. They have left this place during the war, and this is the first day this city. Of course, there is this sense of relief that there is a ceasefire. But also there is very, very cautious optimism about whether this ceasefire will last.
Steve, let me just read a statement from senior Iranian military officials. It says commercial vessels can pass a long-way determined route by the permission of the revolutionary government.
Yeah. That's why I fish outside on Friday.
He's been watching all this. There's a sense of optimism.
Yeah, but the store like that, you will see fish later. Display. Yeah, man. I'm not done that long time, man. Not long time, man. Friday, done from half past 12 at the time. Alright. I saw you outside that Friday.
People have been suffering horrendously. Now, when it comes to hormones,
yeah. Oh, go ahead, you're good. Yeah, man, I'm good, man.
What Iran is is that shipping has got to
I do my thing, you know.
the designated route that they've insisted on, not what was called the TSX, the
Alright, well, yeah, I do know.
which is the existing scheme that ran
Alright, cool.
from 1968
Alright, bless.
up until February the 27th this year, whereby inbound
Yeah, man, hang up for me, yeah?
with the southern route, outbound traffic coming out of the Gulf, carrying 20% of the world's oil and gas would pass to the north. Iran has changed that and said, no, from now on everything's got to go our way.
Guys, I'm going to clean some prawn over that side. Let's see if I can see me over that side. I'm going to clean some prawns at the moment.
This is going to be unacceptable, not just to the Americans, but also to the wider maritime community, because you cannot have literal, i.e. coastal states starting to say, you know, it just goes past our coastline, so we're going to start charging fee for it. The distance of the narrowest navigable point across the Strait of Hormuz, 21 miles, 34 kilometers, happens to be exactly the same as the narrowest point between Britain and France. So imagine if Britain and France started saying all North Sea traffic that wants to come out into the wider Atlantic Ocean has got to pass via Folkestone or Calais and start being inspected. You can't just go straight through. Then you've got the Strait of Malacca, the South China Sea, and so on. Where do you stop with this? So it runs completely contrary to freedom of navigation. So I'm afraid only optimism on this one is going to have to be replaced by a sense of realism. We are not back to where we were on February the 27th. Secondly, Iran has said it's completely open to commercial traffic, commercial shipping. But the US has got their Fifth Fleet naval headquarters in Bahrain, and
that is inside the Gulf. To get those warships to that naval base, they have to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So technically, Iran would say, well, that's not going to be allowed. We're not going to allow that. So again, this is not as good as it looks at first sight. But I think you're right. I think you're right. And then there is the issue, of course, that is transitions and so-called nuclear dust from the first week that is still inside Iran. People consistently now about the new regime being in place. But he's talking to a battle regime, he's talking about the parliamentary speaker, he's speaking to the president, Pezeshkian. These were all the figures that were in place when they were talking to him in Geneva. Yeah, I just closed my eyes there deliberately because it is not a new regime. As long as the Islamic Republic is still in place, it is the same regime. Some figures have been replaced. Of course, they've lost the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. They've lost the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ayatollah Khamenei, and countless others. But the regime is the same. If anything, those figures who were there have been replaced by even more hardline figures who are closer to the military power of the Islamic Guards Corps. So, same regime, same problems that they're going to have to resolve. And there's always a concern about the attention to detail when it comes to what is being negotiated. Let me show you the initial post that Donald Trump put up just a short time ago on True Social, and he refers in that post to the Strait of Iran. It's not the Strait of Iran. The Strait of Hormuz, he just reallocated an international waterway to Iran. And that is the important lever when it comes to free passage and free navigation, right? It matters to an awful lot of countries. Well, I can't actually see that text because I'm just staring at a little camera eye here. But I think they imagine, well, I think it's immediate and it's Strait of America. But yeah, look, details do matter on these things. The entire international maritime community, as represented by the IMF, the International Maritime Organization, is adamant that there must be free passage of movement to the Strait of Hormuz. It's too important a one-way. It's international. You can't have one force, one country, or one body politic having control and sovereignty over it. It's got to be open for everybody. I've got plenty more analysis to come from you, no doubt, this afternoon. Thank you for that.
Well, sometimes we get quite limited this afternoon. One of the best of it towards Sunday evening afternoon, further north from west. We've got low pressure sitting to the northwest of Scotland. Now, this one from moving southwards, really the best of starting to cool air overnight, eventually moving southeast, largely dry overnight in Wales, most of the south, and the rest of the degree across Scotland. So Saturday, a chillier start, there should be some sunshine, it will blow lots of showers into Scotland overnight, really degrees, and high pressure will be building in all the while, so all the showers will go away.
We've got some more look at some come on, run up the stand up on the feet, sit with again. I know this one, I know from that was Jangan. What was one?
That's because we've got some cool ground moving in this area.
It's like even though it's off the to get there. It's this one word here. Yeah, I'm set up on the road, man. I'm set up on the road. Yeah, you see. One of them saying they live now, so why they fight in other words? They come to get them place now. But when they fight and police come now, they have to come out, you see. I remember the man we said them have all for things to give me, eh? I asked them now, I'm not to make land, I don't know. Awesome guys. I didn't see one, you know? Yeah, shout out to the things for going there, man.
Just apologize to my brother now. And if I apologize. Before she'd even finished speaking, Skylar unleashed a whip-fast kick aimed right at Charlie's head. Charlie was a little surprised. This woman was way more skilled than the bodyguards he'd just dealt with. Her kick was packed with power and speed. She was clearly a serious fighter. Stephen watched the scene unfold with a smug grin. He would...
Inspiring travel. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Yo, brother. Yo. No. Boy, I'm better than custom. Respect. Yeah, man, respect. Yeah, cool. Better than tell me. Man, you can't say about it to me. You can't say about it to me. It's about it to me. Soup somebody, man. Soup somebody. Yeah. Call us it done, eh? I'm a one from the one. I remember I got me not bar share ball, I can't share ball. I'm about myself. I remember if I buy me juice, brother. You can't use me £5 buy juice for me. After me give me £5, I use me £5. I buy. Ah, all far, all money that. Let's see our new money. Okay, that's all right. See if somebody will pull out one.
Live reminding this is BBC News. Iran's foreign minister says the Strait of Hormuz will be completely open for the rest of the ceasefire.
You start telling him, say, no, they know them that, no? I don't know going there. Take me now, so they're not going there, so I said.
This is the live tracker. We'll get the latest on that major development story as teams right across the region.
I had an uncle in Paris where those talks continue on ensuring the safe passage of ships on that crucial waterway.
The main headline here, the UK Prime Minister says it is staggering and unforgivable. He was never told Lord Mandelson had failed security vetting for his appointment as US Ambassador.
Not only was I not told, no one was told. I'm absolutely furious.
Hello and welcome to BBC News. We start with that important breaking news because in the last hour, Iran's foreign minister has said that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open to commercial ships for the remainder of the ceasefire. But there are still questions over how it will actually work and how long it could take to return to normality. But Donald Trump has posted as well. He says the US blockade is still in effect for Iran only. For the past 6 weeks, the Strait of Hormuz has been virtually entirely shut, causing huge spikes in oil prices and far-reaching economic lows, including fuel shortages across parts of the globe. The US President, Tessate, has posted on Truth Social saying Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran, as he called it, is fully open and ready for passage. Thank you. And in a subsequent post, he added the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly in that most of the points are already negotiated. But the issue, of course, is the objective in ending the conflict between
you can come and find me.
Is the backdrop, that is the development with that.
You'd have to come Lucian, either green lane, come Lucian, either green lane.
In Paris,
120 either green lane.
As they discuss trying to
I'm at
that crucial waterway open there.
At the back at Fireblaze Barbershop, right at the bus stop. I'm on the back. Come at the side road. And there's a metal gate there, and we're at the back. You can see the jerk pan where we're jerking the chicken, frying the fish on the outside. Yeah.
As far as France is concerned, implement substantial measures in the region to protect our nationals, secure our partners of the same, and enable us to cope with any eventuality. For example, France has a robust naval force in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, led by the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier, plus a number of other ships, craft and aircraft. So all of this will be used, some in the Eastern Mediterranean, some in the Red Sea, and some will go to the effort I've just described. So today's message is one of hope. It's also a message of preparation and unity. Europeans stood by the Gulf states, Asian states, African states, Latin American, Pacific states, so all came together in this coalition of independent states to ensure full observance of international law and freedom of navigation. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We just had a very productive meeting, bringing together 49 countries around a very simple message and proposition that the world needs the Strait of Hormuz fully open, because that is how we keep prices down for our people and stop the global economic damage. So we've all agreed with real unity in the meeting that we just had. We want to see a return to talks and a lasting agreement, including the reopening of the Strait. We welcome the announcement that was made during our meeting, but we need to make sure that that is both lasting and a workable proposal. And if anything, it reinforces the need for the work we've been doing this afternoon, because we're very clear that the mission that we're putting together is a defensive mission that comes after a ceasefire. So that's why we brought the international group together to indicate how we will play our part. And there are a number of elements. First, to deliver the diplomatic push for peace based on the fundamental principle that the Strait should be reopened immediately with no tolls and no restrictions. And there's absolute unity on those points across all of the states attending today. And that just transcends the other differences that countries who are with us this afternoon may have, because the whole world needs to see a solution here. Second, that we need to manage the economic shock by avoiding unnecessary trade restrictions, supporting energy and food security, and supporting industry so that shipping can resume as soon as conditions permit. Thirdly, and crucially, we agreed to accelerate our military planning. I can confirm that along with France, the UK will lead a multinational mission to protect freedom of navigation as soon as conditions allow. This will be strictly peaceful and defensive as a mission to reassure commercial shipping and support mine clearance. We invite all nations with an interest in the free flow of global trade to join us. Some have already indicated their readiness to contribute. We will take this forward with a military planning conference in London next week, where we will announce more detail on the composition of the mission, and over a dozen countries have already offered to contribute assets. But look, reopening the Strait is a global necessity and a global responsibility. We need to act to get global energy and trade flowing freely to bring down prices for working people. Our citizens need to see a return to peace and stability, and we will play our full part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Buongiorno a tutti, benvenute, grazie. Presidente Macron, al primo ministro Stabile per questa iniziativa che io considero estremamente importante, la ragione per la quale ci ho tenuto ad esserci personalmente. Chiaramente la libertà di navigazione.
We'll try to return for questions in a number two, but Emmanuel Macron welcoming around announcement on the Strait of Hormuz reopening He went on to say the countries discussing the Hormuz mission should not accept any privatisation of the Strait, and Keir Starmer also welcoming the move and says that we need to make sure that this is a lasting and workable proposal. It underlines the need of the work that we have actually been doing and stresses a defensive position, and talked there towards the end about it being a global necessity to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll get much more on some of the diplomatic moves that we've been hearing about in the last half an hour or so. But let's go to Paris and Ella Humphrey, who was there at that gathering, was listening to those two leaders, and it was so interesting listening both to Macron and Starmer having to underline that they are making and having discussions about what happens in the future, and midway through they hear of this development.
Absolutely, Matthew. We're waiting to hear the further details coming out of that meeting as they took stock of what had happened, that announcement from Iran that it is reopening the Strait of Hormuz to shipping for the remainder of this ceasefire. Now we have those details from both of those leaders speaking there. Just a few that I think are worth mentioning: the fact that some 49 countries have been taking part via video conference, more than we had been expecting, and then that commitment from both France and the UK to lead a multinational defensive force, they say, as soon as
Good afternoon, my friend.
Good afternoon, sir. Will be at the weekend to all hostilities. The French President Emmanuel Macron was saying out there some military.
Right, can I have 2 lots of 15, and that was from the other day.
Ships around the region of the Middle East, and Keir Starmer saying that they will be aiding in coordination of that multinational force, and there is further discussions with regards to that military operation next week in London, but of course stressing that this will be purely defensive. But I want to bring in now Nadeem Abouri, who is the Executive Director of the Arab Wrongful Initiative. Welcome to you. We've been just catching up at a time when we had this pretty remarkable development. The fact that Iran has confirmed it will be reopening the Strait of Hormuz to shipping for the remainder of this current ceasefire. What do you make of that development?
Sure. I mean, the main announcement today is the success of the negotiations between Iran and the U.S. for now, and going to the next step. That, in a way, overshadows in the immediate term the need for some of the military escorts efforts that people are discussing in Paris. But underlying this, the resolution right now remains incredibly unstable. So I think the importance of the meeting today in Paris is European countries trying to send a message to say they're not totally absent about this regional conflict that is having global repercussions. It's also politically signaling to their
This one is yours, huh?
Thank you.
measures to ensure that the price of the conflict is not in practice. What can they really do? They can definitely help in demining, right? Demining the passage will be very important. But
Beautiful, thank you. Right, take care.
that they cannot escort their way out of this regional security conundrum.
And that's what I wanted to ask you, realistically, how long can these countries be involved in something like that?
No.
Well, it really depends on the scale of that mission. Do they really want to accompany most ships? Is it mostly just about providing some intel to ships about security? Is it a demining effort? And what is the extent of the mining problem? We will have to wait for more information, but we know that even countries like the UK and France today have limited naval capacities compared to where they were 30 years ago. So clearly, I think this is not
Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah. That's good. Thank God.
And indeed, more broadly, I know that you were in Lebanon around 10 days ago. Right now, of course, there is that 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon in place. What do you think this development means for those fragile ceasefires in place across the Middle East?
It's a very, very fragile ceasefire, and the stars have been aligned, particularly between the U.S. and Iran, to make it happen on the ground. It will only become something a bit more sustainable if these stars remain aligned. Namely, you will need on the one hand the U.S. and Iran to continue to have constructive talks, to be able to move beyond beyond crisis management to actually finding a medium to long-term solution. And the Scottish will also have to align on the second front of this war, which is really between Israel and Hezbollah. So for us to go back to a state of stability where the Lebanese state can reclaim sovereignty, ensure that its land is liberated, and ensure that only the army is the bearer of legitimate arms in Lebanon, this will require, on the one hand, the U.S. pressuring Israel to liberate the South. It will also probably require Iran convincing Hezbollah that now is the time to merge into the Lebanese state. So a lot of things that need to happen, but we need to be optimistic because what we have seen over the last 5 or 6 weeks has just been utterly disastrous, and war cannot solve any of the underlying problems, be it around the Strait of Hormuz or be it between Lebanon and Israel.
I think you actually pointed out two huge issues in all of this when it comes to Israel and Iran, and of course Israel and Lebanon. We will see how those points work out in the coming days. President Trump saying that they may be going to press on further peace talks, but now we will have to leave it then at Guri, Executive Director of the Arab Gulf Initiative. And with that, Matthew, I'll hand it back to you.
Hello, thanks very much. We'll get the thoughts of Financial Times Chief Foreign Affairs commentator Gideon Rackman here live on the programme in a moment. But I'm going to take you back to that meeting in Paris. The German Chancellor is just talking. Let's have a listen.
As soon as possible to return to peace and stability. It's in the interest of all of us. The skyrocketing energy prices have to be brought back downwards as soon as possible, and this war was not turned into a transatlantic stress test. Therefore, I think we can draw a number of conclusions based together, because the challenges I've just mentioned hit us all, impact all of the EU countries and beyond. And if we don't succeed in the initiatives we're taking, then there's the threat of a multi-dimensional global war. And let me say here what I take very seriously what was said in Washington last year during the meetings of the IMF and World Bank concerning developments on capital markets, which means that it's in the immediate interest of all of us to increase our efforts and draw these conclusions, of which I think there are 3. And as Germany, we support the ongoing efforts to achieve a quick diplomatic agreement between the United States and Iran. On our side, we are in contact with all the stakeholders for many months now. We have seen that Tehran has not enjoyed what we wanted to reach a conclusion as quickly as possible. We agree with all our partners that Iran must terminate its nuclear program, must stop attacking Israel, the Gulf states, and it must ensure the opening of the Strait in a way that is lasting, secure, and toll-free. A piece of news during our discussions today, but of course this has to be implemented for observance with national law of the sea. There's been restrictions. Merchant shipping and their crews have to have unrestricted passage through the Strait. Secondly, we welcome the resumption of direct peace talks between Lebanon. This is a historical opportunity for these 2 companies, these 2 neighbouring countries, to come together. Almost lay down weapons and not attack Israel anymore, but Israel must also make an effort to ensure lasting peace. I recently spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was a telephone call, and I would like to thank the USA for their apparently successful efforts in ensuring a ceasefire. And thirdly, given the upcoming conference in London next year, we are willing to make a German contribution to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait. And also, this could mean again in negotiations, perhaps a contribution by the German armed forces to an international mission, as long as we have a strong legal basis for this. For example, a UN Security Council resolution, and we
later, approval of the German government parliament and a viable military concept. This sort of participation could mean mine clearance, for example. That is something we're going to do, and therefore we will continue to take part in the ongoing future military planning talks, and if possible, we would like to ensure participation by the United States. We feel that would be desirable. And we would also like to have UN Security Council resolution. So I think we are seeing progress, and we want to make our contribution so that we can very soon stable and lasting peace in the region. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Well, there, as was predicted, statements from those four leaders, and then no questions, they turn away. And very, very interesting though, because we heard Keir Starmer earlier talk about France and the UK leading a multinational Strait mission as soon as conditions allow. So that the latest from that gathering, such an important gathering there in Paris. So before I bring in Gideon Rackman, the latest post from Donald Trump, just because this in the last few minutes, now that the Strait situation is over, I received a call from NATO. He said, asking the somehow to stay away unless they just a few minutes ago, he was talking about the ceasefire in Lebanon. He said Israel will not be bombing anymore. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. So, with multiple posts there on the social. Let's speak, as I promised you, to Gideon Rackman, who's the Chief Foreign Affairs columnist at the Financial Times. And Gideon, welcome here to News. Thanks for your patience, first of all. It was a team sitting there waiting whilst we were at that news conference. A lot of significant lines, but on the fundamental announcement from Iran's foreign minister on reopening the Strait through the ceasefire, your analysis of that, first of all?
Well, it sounds promising, but I think that the devil could be in the details, because it's not clear, for example, whether Iran is going to continue to take on ships that can't pay any toll, in which the US and others are going to be acceptable. It's not clear whether insurers who are really critical to it will, under these circumstances, insure the cost. So whether you can actually get handled in the house. It's also we know that the areas of mine situation hence the tariffs, and that there may be a package that is now developed. And finally, the Americans in another situation, because Donald Trump said the US blockade of Iran remains in force. And will Iran feel that the then is still bound to open in America to block the radio? So I'm not suggesting there, but it's obviously a lot better.
You're absolutely right, and it was so interesting listening to you list all the potential problems despite the overarching headline here. And of course, what has been quite clear in that Iranian post is this only lasts as long as the ceasefire, and the ceasefire, the US-Iran ceasefire, is only got all of those things to make progress in a matter of days.
Indeed, and it's that we may not be at a point where in both Iran and America's interests to extend their Israel is another piece of policy. But the Iranians obviously, they have been taking a considerable pummel, and they haven't actually yet been forced to concede on any major principle. Those are all still open for them in the Americans, I think, is completed that it's very difficult to open the Strait through military means. So ultimately they have to do it. So I think it's possible that the ceasefire will be extended and that there will be more negotiations, but actually getting a feel on all the tricky issues, which is, okay, we both said we want to open the Strait under more conditions. Secondly, Iran with sanctions, will America really do that? And the nuclear
Yo, Chucky, what have gone? Pick up yourself. Blessing. Menu update. I don't know, Friday fish fry, escabate fish, jerk chicken, jerk wings, curry goat, rice and gungo, you know, manage water. You know, so we customer them like that we are dealing with, you know. Make some coleslaw, you know, and prawn. We're gonna do garlic prawn, garlic pepper prawn.
There are plenty of Americans who do but then also the negotiation. The
You're supposed to live last night to go out you don't shepherd bush, you just make you wave up. No, you're not friends. He must hear what I go and say. On the food, no? Oh. Oh, she go see you. You want a somebody did it. And if then they're inside somewhere.
Inside of the back.
Yeah.
You know, I go to the court for Ghana. Young play the whole out there, young play. I'm going, I'm left and come out there, young play. You know, say something left and come out there. Just go in there. Young play, I'm father then.
Yeah. Yeah? It work, smoke must have come.
Just take the screen off again, exactly what you got.
Yeah? Yeah, man, yeah, catch up, yeah. blessing Atlantic. Blessing. Make some coleslaw at the moment.
Discussing the various bits and pieces, and right now the differences between the United States and Iran. And I think the last step was the Israel-Lebanon war, because I think the Iran insisted on the ceasefire in Lebanon, given the Strait had a huge state was wrong. So the reality is, and I could be wrong, we are seeing the beginning of the end of the American-Israeli war in Iran. One, because both sides have an interest in reaching a deal. Neither side wants renewal of hostilities. President Trump is desperate to get out of the discussion in the country. He faces major domestic opposition, inflation in the United States, slowing the world economy, midterm elections happening now. He will not be find any ally in the world, including we, the United Kingdom, the closest ally of the United States. They want to have the economy in balance, and their strategic assets have been really the great field. So at the end of the day, it's by process of elimination. The fact that you and Iran do not really want renewal of hostilities tells me that they have been willing to bridge their differences, and that's why we need to be aligned. What Iran was and what President Trump said in the past, that we have this extremely, we have to wait and see what time will prove. What, because the rest of the Iran between the Strait the lieutenant who allowed Iran to access its prolonged enrichment in Iran to be 5 years, 10 years, and on. I don't think we're going to see a grand as President Trump said. I think we're going to see limited agreement on specific questions.
That's really interesting you say that, because your fundamental thrust was both sides perhaps to reach the point that they want to look for the off-ramp. But there are areas, significant areas, that even if that is the desire, that can deflect them. And you touched on one, which is the nuclear issue, trying to resolve that in a way that's very satisfactory to this current White House. You talked about money. Donald Trump in the interview said no money will exchange hands in any way, shape or form. So there is still a lot to get past in some of the really obvious and maximalist demands.
Absolutely. But you know, we have to look beyond blood and the rubber. I mean, this will get better in the past 15 months. The reality is, if you ask me, what's the most overarching strategic thing for President Trump? I think it's the Strait of Hormuz. This is it. Because, look, Iran's nuclear program has been shredded to a million pieces. Its enrichment capacity has been destroyed. Its factories, its petrochemicals, and the large pounds of high-grade enriched uranium are buried under the mountain of level. So the reality is, I could easily see Iran compromising on, its plan to enrich uranium, instead of freezing this enrichment for just 5 years to do for 10 years. I also could see Russia stepping in and saying it will host the lifetime power of high enriched uranium.
for Russia is there. And in terms of guarantees for Iran, China has been playing a major role in
onion there on the
he realized the importance of both economy and inflation and gas. I think he wants the Strait of Hormuz to be open, and it has Iran just open, and everything else, of course, will take some time. The key, nuclear deal between Iran and
Let's check. Come the phone. Yo, hello? Yo. Yo, welcome, brother. Yeah, man, I'm there.
So I think what we might be seeing is the beginning of a process. But I don't think we're going to see any kind of renewal of hostilities, because hostilities won't deliver. So President Trump, he tried and basically failed to bring about regime change in Tehran, of course, the Iranian government is correct.
Final question then, because Donald Trump has posted in the last few minutes that this deal, and he's talking about the Iran actually, is not tied in any way to Lebanon. Does that still have the capacity to unravel everything you've just taken us through? If, say, in 10 days' time, Israel decides to renew their war with Hezbollah?
I mean, the ceasefire, the Israeli-Lebanese ceasefire is very fragile. It could be basically unravel any moment. It's not just Israel now controls 6 miles of Lebanese territory. And Israeli Prime Minister just made it clear today that we will basically have a new security mechanism in the 6 miles. Hezbollah will never accept that. I mean, I think what we need to understand here is that President Trump would. He meant that President Trump would like to declare victory. President Trump, it's all about he has won. He won, conceded everything. But there was yet again, President Trump leaned very hard on Israeli counterpart yesterday in order for Netanyahu to basically accept the ceasefire. The Iranians insisted. In fact, the irony, this is with the set irony for Lebanon, the threat irony for Lebanon, says both Iran and the United States are trying to take credit for the ceasefire in Lebanon at the expense of Lebanon and the security and well-being of the Lebanese people. But I think what happened last night is an integral part of the American-Israeli, basically, diplomatic activities. It was the last bit. And that's why,
Are you convinced, though, that that last bit will stick? Because in his post this afternoon, it said Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. And clearly, in recent days, we saw with Pete Hegseth a couple of days ago, they're irritated by the whole suggestion that over the last 6 weeks, the tail has been wagging the dog in terms of Israel dragging America into this conflict. Are you convinced that Benjamin Netanyahu won't restart after 10 days?
No, I am not. Netanyahu will find ways and means, because you have the ceasefire said, well, Israel does not have the right for offensive operation. It has the right for defensive operation. And as we know, there's a thin line between offensive and defensive. But look, regardless of how much influence Benjamin Netanyahu exercised over the decision to go to war against Iran, and we know from what we have now, the New York Times, the Washington Post, that we know that he really played a major role in convincing Donald Trump that it was going to be an easy war, a quick war, a hostiless war, and then the regime would collapse like Iraq and through. But now, remember, it's Donald Trump is the driver's seat. Donald Trump took the shot. In fact, Netanyahu now has very little leverage in Washington. There is great deal of anger, particularly in the events, and people are coming in the events, and within the larger foreign policy community in the United States. The survey to the United States has shocked. Israel really is in a very, very strategic predicament, even, in the United States itself. So Donald Trump is in a driver's seat. Donald Trump holds the shot. Netanyahu takes orders. It's a tail to the end of the day. I don't think the tail will be as it used to be in the past few years.
Oh, it is great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. BBC News. We were talking there in part about Lebanon. Lebanon's health ministry have just released new figures saying that at least 2,294 people have been killed and 7,544 wounded in the Israeli attacks since the 2nd of March. So those are the updated figures as they go into the first day of the ceasefire in Lebanon. Well, let's go back to that development of that Strait. Let's speak to Arsenio Longo, who's a maritime intelligence expert. Thank you so much for being here on the programme. In terms of your initial reaction to what we've heard from the Iranians and from the Americans, what do you make of where we now are?
Thank you for having me. It's for, I think we have good news. Like it gives some time to breathe, some time to reorganize. Like the markets are reorganizing, but it's still not a complete reopening, and it's not back to normal. So just like a short glimpse of, like a short little glimpse of hope that we see now.
How long will it take, if there's no further flare-up, to get back to any sort of normality? Because there are so many immediate, obvious hurdles. One of them is obviously the mining part of that strait.
Yeah, it's going to take, I think, quite a while. The big one of it will be like insurance and risk premiums that rise like up to about like 1,000% in the past weeks. So these insurance premiums going back to normal will take quite a while, and I don't see it like it's not an easy step to reinsure like the seafarers, the captains, the charterers that the passengers sail again. So this will be the big problematic one where I see the bottleneck now after the reopening of the strait.
You mentioned insurers, and I was reading only about 10 minutes ago, some of the major insurers are meeting as we're talking now to get themselves right up to speed to where we are. On the insurance side, how quickly can things change, premiums change, to at least give some sort of financial easing of the obvious problems that we've seen over the last 6 weeks?
But markets have reacted already, I would say. When I checked last time, we had like Brent went down by 10-11% maybe, but on the long term, truly to go down in insurance premium, I think it was going to take weeks and more time. More than the time will be like what gives you the confidence to reduce the risk premium. This will be the EU military escort. Will the ceasefire be stable? All these factors will then affect if the insurance prices truly go down or not.
It's interesting.
What I need to do now, take out them fish I put in the last free. And I put them some garnish.
The countries discussing the Strait of Hormuz and
Chicken last like time I slow now.
privatization of the Strait. That we still don't know in terms of whether the Iranians have any
by 4 o'clock.
of continuing
By
with
4
the
o'clock,
coal
the thing should be ready.
operation that they've had in place for the last couple of weeks.
True. And I think also the statement does not give you too much support or confidence that they are planning to reduce this so-called coal route. They speak about the re-coordination of the strait, so it's not a coordinated opening of the strait. So I think that
oh God, it's fun.
sometimes understanding that they don't want to reopen it as it was 2 months ago.
Well, so thank you. I know you sat there as we were taking that news conference, so you've been very patient all weekend. So we're grateful for that. Thank you for those thoughts here on BBC News. So thank you, John Trump has been posting relentlessly for the course of the last hour and a half on this development on the screen, and that's the latest one. Never close the news again. There doesn't seem any evidence of that. Certainly we have heard that from the Iranian side, just on one post from them saying that would be completely reopened the Strait during the course of the current ceasefire. But John can't go much further. He's talked about the mines in the Strait, all manner of things, but website, the live page, because constant updates, and there have been so many statements from the US President, from the European leaders. The very latest is available there on the live page after that meeting between Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron, the German Chancellor, and Italy's Prime Minister. So much more on that story here on BBC News coming up here in the next few minutes. But you are watching BBC News, the Prime Minister getting up to 4:45. Let's turn from that to another very, very important story, breaking news here involving the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, because that was in the past hour we were hearing him talking on, but he's also been talking about Peter Mandelson, Lord Mandelson, how furious he was that he wasn't told as former ambassador to fail security checks before being appointed. He made those comments the scandal was threatening premiership once again. So he was talking earlier. Let's hear from him.
Prime Minister, politicians resigning on the listed public and mislead Parliament in consideration.
That I wasn't told that Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting when he was appointed is staggering. That I wasn't told that he had failed security vetting when I listed in Parliament that he Brexit is unforgivable. Not only was I not told, nobody was told. I'm absolutely furious about it. What I intend to do is to go to Parliament on Monday to set out all the relevant facts in true transparency so that Parliament has the full picture.
Minister, you always end up selling passenger in this government rather than a driver. Are you really expected to leave a senior civil servant off his own back without any sort of direction that includes a Peter Mandelson being ambassador, unilaterally overruled security vetting to approve a political and electoral policy?
I was not told that he had failed security vetting. No message was told that he had failed security vetting. And Tate wasn't told that he had failed security vetting. That is completely unacceptable. I think I intend to go to Parliament and set out all of the relevant facts that Parliament has full transparency and full. It is totally unacceptable. The Prime Minister is not told that security vetting has been failed. Totally unacceptable.
Multilateral is in place, I think it's just something that the working government.
I was not told that security vetting is shocking, unacceptable, and I intend to set out all facts to Parliament.
That was the Prime Minister. Let's hear the Westminster and our political correspondent Jack Fenwick. And Jack, I'll go through all the reactions from other parties in a moment, but give me your assessment. How much pressure is Keir Starmer under?
There are clearly very difficult questions for the Prime Minister. This whole row surrounding Peter Mandelson just will not go away. Every time Number 10 thinks they've gotten sort of to the end of it, it rears its head again. And here we find ourselves discussing that appointment of Peter Mandelson as US Ambassador once more. Now, just in the last few moments, we've got a bit more detail about exactly how all of this played out. Of course, what we've been told is that this recommendation around Peter Mandelson's vetting was passed from the vetting team to the Foreign Office. Now, I'm told that that recommendation came in the explicit form of a recommendation saying that they should not approve that vetting. There had been some discussion over whether or not it was quite as explicit as that. Well, I'm told that it was. I'm told that the vetting services passed the Foreign Office both a list of risks involved with Peter Mandelson and also this explicit recommendation. Now, that can come in one of three forms described by sources as a yes with caveats, or a no. I'm told that the recommendation that went to the Foreign Office was a no. Now, of course, we know that despite that happening, he was then given that vetting. That is what the Prime Minister says that he is so angry about. Of course, even if the Prime Minister didn't know, clearly, as we heard there, questions about the extent to which he has a grip on his government, and that is what has been addressed by the Conservative Unit, Harry Baycott, the White House.
We now know something very simple. It wasn't a vetting process that we had. We had a 1970. And despite the
food and the rice and the portion now. Margo, there now.
10 pounds.
There now Portland. You go come.
See your brother too.
Yeah, you always tell me.
Yeah.
$40 yeah. We just want 2 fish to take away now. By themselves. But me I wait for that way I mix up then now to go with still. Yeah.
His position overall is now you will from Monday, he's going to address the problem. And he said that he was going to go into more detail about exactly what happened, what he knew, what he didn't know. It's like in terms of who would have set up blame, it's not difficult to see, given that Colin Robbins, the senior civil servant at the Foreign Office, has now left his post. He's effectively been sacked by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary. Of course, these questions will continue in the coming hours and days.
Thank you. Well, that story in the next hour. I'm going to turn away from that to the fourth point news here, because Paul Quinn has been found guilty by the Court of Manchester found of a rape attack in 2003. Now, this is important because an innocent man, Malcolmson, was jailed originally for 17 years. The justice, of course, made headlines. He was eventually released. I leave the players
Father of 6 was the secret of the EU, and the man had gone to prison for a crime he committed. More than 20 years ago, Paul Quinn was fencing contracts by day and the Ireland criminal by night. Today, he's convicted of the 2003 rape of a woman in Salford, minutes from the rape. Manchester Crown Court found the mother of 2 was stalked as she walked through the altar shortly before dawn. She realised she was being followed, and the man was closing in.
And this is where Paul Quinn struck. The woman told the police in 2003 that actually approached the remotely raped and grabbed her from behind and forced her down the back end. At the bottom, out of view, he strangled her until unconscious and raped her.
Victim said that the girl was a man with olive skin and a red chest. Officers later arrested Andy Malcolmson, the Grimsby man who was walking temporarily nearby. Well, he was the wrong man, he didn't do it. In 2023, because of his convictions, once the last thing that he was in jail. DNA found on the victim's desktop close to where she'd been bitten pointed to another man. Police and prosecutors knew this for 2009. Mr. Malcolmson's legal team were only able to get their own results decades later.
accepted in Parliament within the contracts.
Disturbing or disturbed man, capable of high levels of violence, sexual violence.
Do you think it's possible to look at it?
Yes, it's something that we are absolutely open to the possibility of. As it stands right now, we do not have any definitive links. With offences, but it is something that we are continuing to investigate. And it's absolutely good if anybody has any information to provide to us about him, his family history, then
during the ceasefire, in the next few minutes will be live in New York because the markets are really reacting to the price of oil has come down, the markets have spiked. They have got the new draws going to be live in Washington, in Jerusalem, and in Jamaica. So much more coverage from all of our teams in the region. Donald Trump has been posting multiple posts on this, so we'll be right up to speed here on the program.
Exactly.
Sometimes we do quite limited this part, but probably the best of it towards southern and eastern parts of the UK, further north.
Bless
That's because we've got low pressure sitting towards west of Scotland. Now let's go from moving southwards. We'll introduce some slightly cooler air overnight, eventually clearing the southeast. Largely dry overnight for England and Wales, most of the showers and blustering conditions will be across Scotland and northern Ireland. It's a little bit lower than what we started at Friday morning. So Saturday, a chillier start, but should be some sunshine for the day. Across England and Wales, lots of showers in Scotland, northern Ireland.
Oh, wait, take us on it?
Temperatures again, teens in the southeast, in the sunshine, a little bit fresher for the northwest. That's because we've got some cooler air moving in this area of high pressure to the weekend. So Sunday's a chillier start, maybe some of the winds will be
This guy's fry fish ready. Yeah. Sit down for now. Yo, sir.
You
good? Good?
No, you're not yes, we are.
Yeah.
You're not yes.
No, man. But you got a ticket man outside, innit?
No, man. Tell him say, yeah, wait for the jerk. Oh, sorry, I'm not man.
No, the wood with the kind of India one. I just tell him I'm going to be about 20 minutes, innit? Where are you going? Broccoli? Oh, you ready now?
Yeah, just up.
To me, the president hosting many times from the program, but also the US blockade remained in place.
Yeah, President Trump has been giving a sort of upbeat assessment of the war this morning. He spoke about the Strait of Hormuz, which he developed on the Strait of Iran, saying that now to the open and he said that the war will never close again. You know that Strait of Hormuz was sort of
Is he ticket man out there? Is he ticket man out there?
Yes, sir.
Is he the ticket man out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, long day, same one, son. You can't go somewhere. Everyone the ticket them bad enough for our country, you know. Come here, people that complain, man. So there's no for park, and as a park you get a ticket. A country. For this field.
Let me get some tissue, please, Paula.
Now for the right, man. For the right.
I don't know Russian.
No. There's a ticket man in my ID, you know?
I'm in the car, innit?
Yeah, man. What's that park? Alright, listen to me a second. say if it's on YouTube, I don't listen phone and ring in the no.
Eh?
If it's on YouTube, I don't phone ring in the no.
No, man.
No? Oh.
With regards to the content of those talks, we understand that J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said what the U.S. said in Pakistan was the U.S.'s final and best offer. The second point was the nuclear issue and Iran's nuclear ambitions. We got more details on the U.S. demands that Iran dismantles its nuclear facilities, gives up all their enriched uranium. We haven't heard anything beyond that since that last press conference that J.D. Vance gave right after he left Pakistan. But no doubt those are the issues that the two sides will continue negotiating on over the next week or so.
Thank you for the latest there in Washington. Let's cross from Washington to New York because our North American business correspondent Samira Hussain waiting to talk to us. It's been about an hour and a half, couple of hours since that announcement about the Strait, and there was a sort of instant response, wasn't there, on the market? Take us through.
Matthew, if you look at the way that financial markets are trading now, they're up by more than 1,000 points. Markets this week were already hitting record highs. It was pretty much, investors were pretty much pricing in that the war is going to end at some point. So we're already hitting these records. And now with the announcement by Iran's foreign minister and then confirmed by President Trump that the Strait of Hormuz is now open, well, those record highs have even gotten even higher. And if you look at the price of oil, you see that the benchmark for Brent crude, that is now trading below $87 a barrel. And that is just such an incredible number when you think just a week and a half ago, we saw that the price of Brent crude was trading well above $110 a barrel. So just a real dramatic drop, just because this real crucial war, through which 20% of global energy supplies go through, that is now open for business.
Samira, just take me through, in terms of things like insurance, that is so crucial in terms of trying to get the passageway operating the way it was before. How long do things like that take to settle down, for new rates to come in, for all of that to be factored in?
Well, everything is happening just so quickly, and so you can see that companies are now trying to assess the information and really provide what their insurance coverage based on what they know so far. There's certainly ways when we're talking with people on the ground. And the other thing, though, to remember is that because the United States say that their side of the blockade is still open, is still rather in place, that could still give some insurance companies some pause. But the real risk, of course, was being attacked by Iran going through that strait, and now it seems that that has been alleviated. And of course, what this could mean for the more than 20,000 seafarers that have been stuck on Strait of Hormuz for the last several years, as long as this war has been going on, I think that's a lot of people that will be looking towards to see if these individuals will finally be able to.
Samira, thank you for taking through all that. Let's continue with what perhaps lies ahead for Multilateral is that senior maritime and defence exploration strategist who will maybe come aboard. Thank you for coming being here with us. Obviously, insurance and all of that has to be sorted out. Run me through the list of the other things that need to actually have to happen before you can begin to talk about any sort of normality or return to normality.
Yeah, I think probably actually the best way of doing that is by looking at this from a local point. So before the conflict, we had transit passage through this process. This is an unlimited passage where none of the parties the border of the Strait could interfere. That's where we want to get back to, not just for the Gulf, but for the GCC nations as well, but because the ramifications of that not happening around the world. So that's what some of the stocks they're doing. What we only saw is when you saw during the conflict, the Iranians applying sort of cold route mechanism and had a multilateral contract. During the ceasefire talks, the Iranians then reinforced that route, sort of reinforced it, and they established a hazard area through the
Strait itself, so the main route that we would historically recognise. The Americans then quite complicated. Where are we today? Well, when we examine the language used by the Iranians, nothing has actually changed, because they're still insisting on following the route that they had already completed. That hazard area remains in place, and you are still passing through the checks for Iranians. What might have happened is a sort of a loosening around who can transit safely, so that it starts to go from to battle into the merchant community. But what they need is they need consistency. They need to move away from sort of volatility that the markets might be able to manage. But for those who are insuring those ships, that's a really difficult situation. And we might see a trickle, and hopefully, as we see that trickle coming through and they become confident in the mechanism, we'll see much more of these. And there's such a huge way to go. It's particularly, they have to make sure that all of it is flowing clean without mines. Yeah, we've got a real problem now on our hands. The Iranians have said that there's this sort of hazard area around the Strait, and clearing that, especially if they say they're away and they don't know where they are, they don't have to relate it for that threat to exist. Without a significant effort to clear that area, there's going to be no confidence. It just needs to be the threat of a mine strike to go through. We saw the Americans put some warships through. That's really good news. What we need to happen now is a significant line warfare effort to clear the seabed, to clear the danger of any mines. Sometimes these things take months, if not years, to build confidence back up. Hopefully, we'll see the Iranians shifting their position on declarations of where they think that could make it easier, but nothing is going to happen quickly in terms of clearance of mines.
Donald Trump has said that Iran has agreed never to close the Strait again. We shall see, because it's only Donald Trump posting that at the moment. Nothing remotely like that from the Iranian side. So we shall see and try to verify that particular comment. But that is important, isn't it? Because we heard Emmanuel Macron talking a little earlier in the day, saying how the international community could not allow any sort of tolling system to be allowed to actually be set in stone as we move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw Frank Gold's interview earlier, and I absolutely agree with what you say. The implications of anything other than transit passage, that freedom of passage through, has ramifications around the world, not least in the Indo-Pacific region, but throughout the world. And it's one of those things that underpins our sort of, that's the slightly broader concept of rules-based order. This is one of those essential foundations of it, and a return to transit passage there is essential for maritime travel.
We have to leave it there, but thanks very much. It's a really busy afternoon, so thanks for those thoughts on what we've heard in the last couple of days. Well, Donald Trump in his post trying to sort of make a difference between what is happening between the US and Iran, and what was agreed yesterday, that ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. So many people in the region, of course, see those two things as intertwined. Donald Trump saying exactly the opposite, having overseen that ceasefire, which was announced yesterday, or the day after that announcement of that ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken to the report because he says Israel has not finished the job against Hezbollah and still plans to address the remaining blockade of drone terrorism.
We also have another objective, and that is the dismantling of Hezbollah. And therefore, I say to you again, obviously, this will not be achieved tomorrow. It requires sustained effort, patience, perseverance, and it requires prudent navigation in the diplomatic arena.
Well, let's go to Jerusalem. I think being done there. Nick, make sense of that. What do you think what we just heard from Benjamin Netanyahu actually means in practice?
Well, I think it's no doubt would be very caught by surprise yesterday when President Trump announced that there would be this ceasefire. Hours before, the top security members of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet were called to this emergency telephone meeting in which they discussed what the President had already announced. You don't believe there was any sort of vote. So certainly the impression, if you read all the papers, all of the media today, is that President Trump decided that this ceasefire was going to come into effect, and the Israelis didn't have any say in the matter whatsoever. I think really, really interesting and key, and some of the things you say about what President Trump has been saying about this conflict, First of all, he said, and there's more than kind of point, that his voice is very different from lots of other people. He's saying that the deal with the Strait, or most apparently reopening, or his assertion that it will, is not tied in any way to Lebanon, but the Americans will make Lebanon great again. I mean, you just have to look at what the Iranians were asking for. They were saying that there has to be a ceasefire in Lebanon before they entertain the idea of or talks with the Americans, let alone sort of agreement for the future about their nuclear capability and the future of their nuclear program. So that is one thing. Just finally, the other one is that this statement from President Trump that he prohibited Israel from bombing Lebanon anymore. Enough is enough. That is a real change of tone. Just a week ago, he was saying that what was happening in Lebanon was a separate skirmish, as he put it. And he seemed very content for Israel to keep on hitting, as per our position is in Lebanon.
Yes, exactly on that point. And I was making a point to an earlier interviewee about the obvious irritation in Washington with the continued suggestion that hail has dragged the dog, that Israel dragged the US into this conflict. So pushing really hard back on that, hence perhaps this new language. But there is no guarantee, is there, that when we get to the end of this 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, that some sort of reason takes us back to a conflict. And only in the last half an hour, I think the Lebanese have said, in terms of the updated death toll, it is upward of 2,250 people have been killed just since March 10th.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, a very large number of people was really to rail this. I mean, first of all, we've got in prospect, not prospect, reality, of thousands of Israeli troops remaining in that configuration of the ceasefire. This 10-kilometre deep buffer zone that the Israelis are talking about. But as Netanyahu said, the troops using that space are engaging by Hezbollah, will be firing short-range missiles into northern Israel. At the same time, Hezbollah is saying they're prepared to enter into the ceasefire, but they don't put the Israeli troops there. So already that is a real potential clash. I think that is a concern. Also, domestically for Mr. Netanyahu, he's faced criticism today that Israel will be told to abide by this new ceasefire agreement. So I think there are lots of things that do in the days to come which could imperil this
Thanks for that line talk here on our programme. We'll return to you in the next little while. Let's speak live on the programme to Ali Wales, who's the Managing Director of the International Crisis Group. Welcome here to the programme. What do you make of the developments you see?
Well, there appears to be some momentum towards reaching a memorandum of understanding between Iran and the United States, facilitated by Pakistan. The last piece of this puzzle was the ceasefire in Lebanon, which occurred, and Iranians delivered partial conditional reopening of the Strait. So we can now be more hopeful about the possibility of a second meeting between Iran and the US in Islamabad. But I have to emphasize that this MOU will not really deal with the resolve. It really sets the stage for negotiations to fill in the details, and the devil is in the details.
So do you think the best that we can hope for is that we get to, I think it is Wednesday, the end of the current ceasefire between the US and Iran is maybe a further extension whilst they then try to make more progress?
That certainly seems to be the case, that the ceasefire could be extended. My understanding is that if they reach that framework agreement, an MOU, it would be to try to reach a final agreement in a period of 60 days. That is ambitious because if you remember about a decade ago, there was a nuclear deal between Iran and the West, and it took 1.5 years to negotiate that. There was just one round that took 21 days. So 21 hours of negotiations in and out of Islamabad. Yes, it's a marathon, but in general, it's really nothing compared to the amount of work that is required to bridge the remaining gaps.
Critics of the US have made exactly that point. They're actually sending in Kushner and Witkoff, clearly no expertise in this area, was huge mistake for the Iranian side, maybe a number of delegates and delegates. Do you think the Americans fully understand the Iran the regime?
I don't think they do, because if they did, they wouldn't start this war to begin with. I mean, literally hundreds of billions of dollars spent on military expenditure, hundreds of thousands of lives displaced or lost in the region, massive economic damage across the board. To get to a 20-year suspension of enrichment, which is the U.S. demand, and Iranians are not going to agree to that. We had a deal a decade ago that had a 15-year restriction on Iran's nuclear program. So all of this is an absolute waste and one way of doing it. But still, getting into a deal is better than the alternative, which was continuation of the conflict that would damage the world economy and was getting to a stage that could really spiral out.
I thought, has Iran learned in the last 6 weeks that if they are put under enough pressure, they now have a tool that can make the rest of the world really flinch, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. I know Donald Trump was saying they'd agree never to close it again, but at any stage, they could repeat the exercise with the same consequences, and they now know that intent, don't they?
They do, maybe in the possible time to prevent Iran from developing mass destruction. Donald Trump did hand the Iranians a weapon of mass destruction, which they are very likely to continue to use if they believe that the U.S. or others are trying to force. They've already said if the U.S. blockade will continue, the Strait will be blockaded again by Iran.
Guys, we have to be there, but thank you as always for the thoughtful analysis joining us here. We'll continue with this, of course, we have to main story, the pressure of the UK Prime Minister after those revelations that will have to fail without security clearance, and the Prime Minister saying the first thing he knew about that was this Tuesday evening. So that story, of course, continues to create a number of questions. We'll take a short break. Welcome back. Of course, we're going straight back to that news that the Iranians making clear the Strait of Hormuz open completely during the current ceasefire. With that development, of course, there's been multiple texts on that. With that development actually happening at the same time as that Paris gathering between the European leaders and Keir Starmer, the Italian Prime Minister, the German Chancellor, all gathering to look at how they actually go about reopening the Strait of Hormuz once it is safe. So let's head to Paris because Helena is there for us. And Helena, welcome back to the programme. We were listening to all those leaders a short while ago, and they are all, in a sense, fast forwarding to a stage where perhaps the situation is safer and they can then become involved. How does that actually work in practice?
Fast forwarding, I think, is a good way to put it, because of course those leaders came here to Paris with that idea of being involved in a multinational mission to ensure safe passage on the Strait of Hormuz. They were there inside the Elysee, very close to where we are on the Champs-Élysées. When we had that news that Iran said that it was reopening the waterways for shipping for the remainder of that ceasefire. So those leaders said,
contemplate is the success of the negotiations between Iran and the U.S. for now, and going to the next step. That in a way overshadows in the immediate term the need for some of the military escorts efforts that people are discussing in Paris. But underlying this, the resolution right now remains incredibly unstable. So I think the important of the meeting today in Paris is European countries trying to send a message to say they're not totally absent about this regional conflict that is having global repercussions. It's also politically signaling to their domestic audiences as well that they are taking measures to ensure that the price of the pump, that inflation is not out of control. In practice, what can they really do? They can definitely help on demining, right? Demining the passage will be very important. But ultimately, they may be able to escort the ships out, but they cannot escort their way out of this regional security conundrum.
And that's what I wanted to ask you, realistically, how often these countries were involved in something like that, so that we know what a significant military capabilities.
Well, it really depends on the ceiling of their ambition. Do they really want to accompany most ships? Is it mostly just about providing some intel to ships about security? Is it a demining effort? And what is the extent of the...
Maybe you've already been speaking to me, that's all the latest from Paris, coming back to you.
Thanks very much. Lots to monitor because there are so many developments. It started about an hour ago with Wrongful just posting the Strait was reopening. I think we can show you the tracker because that has shown you in the course of the 6 weeks the way that traffic through that vital waterway was ground to a whole. It wasn't completely closed, but basically around control which tankers got through. You did get to the open question, given what has been announced, is what the American blockade is now going to do, because Donald Trump insists that that is going to stay in place, and that is a blockade of the Iranian coastline, Iran's ports, and that, of course, is designed to put more pressure on Tehran than going into those talks that we've been discussing that are likely to happen in Pakistan. And just on that particular point, it's worth repeating what experts have been talking about with regard to US and Iran. They say have made progress in the negotiations over a 3-page memorandum of understanding to end the war. And just how all the analysts that I've been talking to in the last couple of hours made the point that probably what we're going to see is stages. Some sort of landing zone with groups extend the kind of ceasefire that ends on Wednesday. Beyond that, they then move to address all of these crucial issues: what happens in the Strait, what happens with sanctions, what happens with the nuclear issue, all of those things that give them more people to actually try to make progress. Those the latest developments. There's more on the website.
Sometimes we will quite limited this part, but one of the best events we saw in the meeting part of the UK, feel the north, that's because we've got no pressure sitting to the northwest of Scotland. Now this one from moving southwards, will introduce some slightly cooler air overnight, eventually clear the southeast, largely dry overnight, as most of the showers, and which we could have been in Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's a little bit lower than what we started Friday morning. So Saturday, a chillier start, chilly some sunshine, but we'll go. Lots of showers into Scotland and Northern Ireland, where we're all degrees. And high pressure will be building in for a while, so all the showers will die away from southern and western areas, becoming by temperature Scotland. Temperatures again, high teens in the southeast, given plenty of sunshine, but a little bit fresher further north and west. That's because we've got some cool air moving in this area of high pressure to the region. So the soldiers are chillier start. You can see this in the colder after the winter be lighter. Into the afternoon, you can see some fair red cloud just bubbling up. This is what we try away from northern Scotland. Temperatures degrees. Look at high pressure dominates as we move through the new week as well. Really chilly at times with more than eastern temperatures. Today's business leaders face unprecedented pressure to introduce change and quickly. On this introduce new technology to American CEOs about how they turn around. Join me, Mark Webber, the business, only here on Big News. Here on the Security Brief, we go inside the stories that shape global conflicts, the threats that most people never see coming.
I spent 20 years in the British military from planning to execution.
We'll tell you what is happening and why it matters to you. That's the Security Brief, here on BBC News.
We just up on it?
The festival now, I'll cook later.
Yeah, later.
Yeah, we'll come over for some later. But it's in Mafagar Road, so we might. That rice and peas fresh just done? Yes, sir?
Yeah, man, yeah.
I want to mash up one, you know.
You want a portion of that as well, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm going to eat one now and eat a fish later. You can put the 2 fish in that one container and put the rice.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Everything good, man. Save the container there, man. I don't know what time I go now and come. I go eat, go now and come back. An hour now. After 4 now. You know what? One hot one there?
All of them just done.
I'll get some coleslaw there. When I pack the soup?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
I'm not really type of soup. You always do that, man.
No, but
I'm your type of soup.
When
you cook fish soup, you know, come and buy fish soup. So you can't have soup.
But when me know fish soup then?
Good Friday, you cook?
No, I'm never about Friday.
Alright, see that?
I get fish though.
Sorry,
but Thursday I get fish, innit?
Yeah, good, yeah.
Yeah, Thursday I get fish.
Yeah.
Because you cook it Thursday and Friday, innit? No, Easter. Alright.
Normally do it because you know I come and do it today. That's why you get the fish on Friday. And you never do none yesterday.
Yeah.
She really not cold in there.
Yeah, that's why, no cold in there. They tell me. In terms of no cold in there. A long time, I don't think of one time I get fish there, I believe.
You want coleslaw also?
Yes, please. Later time I come get it.
Coleslaw, we'll start people coleslaw.
Yeah, but no, but me tell Porty, you know. We get them look at the same container there and put the coleslaw. Yeah, but they tell him.
Get it in this container.
Yeah.
Get a liquid in it.
Yeah. Say somebody sell it, my man sell it down, so.
Yeah.
But when do him put it in there and put it in the fridge, I don't know if it lasts longer. If it pack it like.
If it stay cool and it stay good.
Yeah, because it stay better than when you leave it like so. I don't know.
No, you just save him time for doing it, innit?
Yeah. I think like this it can stay in the fridge for about 3 days. You know? But you have to get rid of them quick, you know. If they tell them to get little containers still. So I guess when you put it on the phone and you're not ready to eat it, then
I get a little bigger one. So.
Yeah, because the one me have, the one me get from down, so them. No, I think them are the same size still.
It costs money.
Yeah, I think them are the same size. Yeah, I think them slightly bigger. Just about like this.
Yeah.
Gabby, no. Yeah. Then you have the idea, man, can easily put
Boom, bam.
Full fish, rice, and little coleslaw.
Alright.
You pay for the blood clots into, but me could come back and it done to right. And the man don't left for anybody.
No.
You over there one day?
£3 for your rice, yeah?
Yeah.
2 12, 24, and that's 27, yeah?
Yeah. So, no man sense no pay for me.
What? My festival?
We never. Huh?
You don't make sense to pay for what?
Facebook, I'm going to come and see it. I'm going to
No, you come back.
I come.
Festival is supposed to come with the fish.
Yeah.
So you come back, you buy 2 fish, you get 6 festival for it.
Okay, so I'm come back for 6 festival. See, but when? I got now when I come straight back down.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, look at it. Garlic, water, it's supposed to be nice.
Discussing that appointment of Peter Anderson as US Ambassador once more. Now, in the last few moments, we've got a bit more detail about exactly how all of this played out. Of course, what we've been told is that this recommendation around Peter Anderson's vetting was passed from the vetting team to the Foreign Office. Now, I'm told that recommendation came in an explicit form of a recommendation saying that they should not approve. That's why they've been some sort of switching around. It was quite as explicit but it was. I'm told that the vetting services passed the Foreign Office that there's a list of risks involved.
Yes, it's same to you as well, yeah.
So, this explicit forms described by sources as a yes.
What's going on, Jay?
Yeah, man.
Spragga and Portland in the building.
You watch the fish this morning?
Eh?
Bait for a morning?
Yeah, man.
Thanks. Good morning. You're good morning. You listen to Mommy and Daddy one time, Mommy and Daddy talk.
Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Oh.
After you had a fish last night, you go away. Man turn and go, I'm there and wait.
Huh?
And none.
Then Spragga never give me fish?
Come back, I'm never there.
But you couldn't tell me say you go down so last night. Where you stay, sir?
Man, when I go there, listen, I run home, go beat.
But me never even know say last night I think.
Bad man, if I go there, I'm going. But after another hours, the man I'm going, because I can't scratch and I'm going. No time left and come back and shop. Go up there, rum.
Okay.
5 months around, rum. If I tell a man, say, go, you see, I'm there all the gate and you can't let me name who you know, they're not going to say that.
Yeah.
I know they are going, I see champagne, all I'm at the gate. I'm going, I'm saying, I'm soon come, young Jay. Come here, young Jay. I'm back come back in the night, I'm back at all time. There you are, I'm left and come back.
Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, I know something that go on for them.
Yeah, man, yeah. Now some coach and country come down. Coach come down from country. So you know so from coach come down. Rum and full of the bells. I don't want my back. Full.
Hey, you want to super run if you can?
Yeah, you go to ready?
Yep.
Alright. unfit to run in a country.
She go out and skin him and cook him already. It's all good.
To say that the Prime Minister should be considering his position overall on this. Now, we will hear more from the Prime Minister on Monday. He's going to address Parliament then. He said that he's going to go into more detail about exactly what happened.
Oh, what, chicken food soup? Huh?
Chicken food soup.
And I sat there today. Oh shit. Me think I sat there today to write it. She one for me to spell.
To the BBC website, there is so much more reaction to that story available. It's constantly updated by our teams. Let's turn away from that to breaking news. Because Paul Quinn has been found guilty by a jury in Manchester for rape in 2003. It's an important not least because you will remember that the innocent Manchester was jailed for that crime and spent 17 years on the worst miscarriages of justice in I'll leave the best
Yeah. Here she want thing it for me too. Want fried fish with a little bit of goat. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
That's true. Say it on there, Jaja Rastafari.
Morning.
Where you buy? You have a bill, you know?
What's your problem?
So where you buy? So where you buy something more want to drink?
What's your problem?
Problem straight. Put on the bed and put on the bed wrong.
That's good, man. Do it again.
£5.49, you know what I bet? Over 1.2.
No more.
Over 2.5. Oh, this is no. Yo, my family.
You make no grease going there, yeah?
You okay, you good? Yeah. Yeah, we can make it 5. Let me make some festival, I'll make it 5 of them, eh? Yeah.
More money on that, you know?
Huh?
More money on that. One fish at £12.
You know, man.
Festival, so you get a rice and goat at different.
Festival?
Give you £5 more, so much you owe now, £10, yeah? £5 can me give.
More Portland more than that, man. Me know much more.
You owe me £5 for £5 can me give plus that £10.
Yes. No, the £5 where you give me.
Yeah.
That's what me put in our Portland.
Oh.
Yeah. So more Portland £15.
Okay.
Include the £5, yeah?
No problem.
That's why I tell him, so when me pay him to tell you. Remember what day me tell you, so tell him, so me pay you. But you have to tell the man, so me pay you. Spragga, when me pay him, he not tell you. When me take stuff from you and pay him, he not tell you. And me tell him, so make sure you tell back.
Man, call me one festival now.
Yeah, so go make them.
That's what I do.
Exactly, you make them. Make them and stop talking.
Come later and get the rice different.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, we just score on the bill in the one shot. So want me to score out, but you don't know what on the spot. That's it. Yeah, nice man. See this piece, eh? No,
What? Bowler? Sure,
Sexual violence. It's something that we are absolutely open to possibility. As it stands right now, we do not have the incidents and the offences, but it is something we are continuing to investigate. Absolutely, if there's anybody that has any information to provide to us about his offending history, then I will be able to get in contact with us, please.
will lead to many questions unanswered. Victims or jurors keep wanting to protect her. She wasn't sure her name was
Eh? And then prawn I don't love. Garlic, prawn, garlic. Pepper, it's spicy, isn't it? Pepper, yeah, man. It's not gonna love.
Yes. Yes. What you have today?
Curry goat, prawn, soup, chicken.
No pork left from yesterday?
Huh?
Any pork left?
One pork.
Is there any left?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna mash this up now, but let me get a curry with some wings and rice, yeah? And then I'll pay for the pork later.
You want pork too?
Later.
Later?
Later.
Okay, yeah, then I'll
Yeah. But can you do that for me now, please?
Yeah?
Can you do the curry and the wings?
You want to eat now?
Yes, please.
Wings?
Yeah. So I see them just come off the thing.
Oh, them there, yes.
Yeah. Good. 100%. Read that.
armed forces general Artillery, so one at a time in Iraq, discussing the various different pieces and trying to find differences between the United States and Iraq. And I think the last step was the Israel-Lebanon war, because I think the Iran is insistent on a ceasefire in Lebanon, given the state that a huge state was Hezbollah. So the reality is, could be wrong. I think we are seeing the beginning of the end of the Israeli war in Iraq. And one, because both sides have common interest in reaching a deal.
Give me a bag, give me a big bag. Let me talk about that bag. I want to see it for you. Try to shake that door.
So at the end of the day, it's like process of elimination. The fact that the United States and Iraq westwardly want renewal of hostilities
This jerk wings currently coleslaw and rice, yeah?
what the Honorable Minister said and what President Trump said in the past, they said it's really, we have to wait and see the final fruit. What has been agreed.
Yo, Black. Biggs. Biggs. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it. You have sweet chili? Oh no, don't worry. Go ahead. Down. Do more. What, done? What land? I never beat no domino yesterday. I bet you wouldn't fucking play straight in.
Well, I'll tear up a country, one girl look after her.
Yeah?
I'll tear up a country, one girl look after her 6 months.
Yeah?
I think her husband dead after the man from the desert and everything. Cool man there?
Yeah.
I think he's dead. The man didn't want to die. None of her family there.
Okay.
Looks like it.
So Sundays are chilly at start.
Man, I can count for you.
Yeah, there's one like that. That's sorry for that.
Listen, one more shot. Oh.
6 no.
Yo, young Jay.
Let me get a spoon.
Huh? Spoon.
Young Jay, make it enough.
Yeah.
Thank you. Alright, them wings are going up, I'm not gonna lie.
Step it up, lad, step it up. It's boring.
It's all chat. They don't need to. These people don't know. Yeah, I said, let's go over there as well. So let me know what it is. Come with me. It's East London though. No, I make it up. Huh?
It worked really well.
Not trying to
Yo, bro.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Iran's foreign minister says the Strait will be completely open for as long as the ceasefire with the United States holds. President Trump welcomes the move, but says the US blockade of the talks will remain in very shut line. We will see the latest on that major developing story. Will be live in Washington in the next few minutes. We'll also get analysis from our diplomatic correspondent. We'll also hear from legal experts on the practicalities of the Strait. Our other main candidates. Keir Starmer says it's unforgivable and security vetting his appointment as US ambassador.
Not only was I not studying, no one was still studying. I'm absolutely curious.
I'm gonna let that spin out to you to see the 6 as well.
And welcome to BBC News, and let's turn to major breaking news, because Iran's foreign minister says that the news is committed to commercial
President Trump has been giving a sort of upbeat assessment of the war this morning. He spoke about the Strait of Hormuz, which he dubbed the Strait of Iran, saying it's now fully open. Said that Iran will be open again. We know that North Korea was a sort of central pressure point for President Trump in this war, and made it difficult for him to on his own terms.
Huh? Yeah, I know, I need to shout.
say that it was week ago when the
Come back to the old song, yeah.
Give it to her. Yeah, give her.
Oh, so that's why they want to drink around there, yeah.
Safe food, air food.
No.
No, come one second.
Air food.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is it? Give me that. I have Lucas in that girl, brother. Ah, big the rest of the time. Are you ready, brother? Active, what is it?
What are you doing? No, I'm not giving him winning. I'm not giving him winning. It was 4. 4 from there with this. Why? Because I got 5S from down there. Let's not do that. I remember the game. So you go up here. Nah, get up this game. Nah, get up. 6. Send both of them.
Wait, I'm not sure now.
Dominus!
Trust.
You want to give it winning? You want to give up? Give up. How that stands is living to the end? Few 6s, no?
These things are inextricably linked. What the Israelis want to do.
I'm going for a run. Trust me, I'm going for a run.
Achieving some significant results that militarily on the ground remain. That is something that is significant. It does help us future set of negotiations. And 2 sets of negotiations. I think that's more talks. I think the Israelis and the Lebanese are learning from it. It's not a problem. But that is also a significant process. Clear included regardless of the future memorandum. We don't know all the detail. Some of the issues of the received meeting reflect extremely hard list there. We're talking about $20 billion, by the way, not from the frozen assets fund to several different categories. They're worth $6 to $10 billion in US Americans will sue their
I'm not going to keep you. We'll try again. Try again?
are from gas and oil sales, frozen in banks all around the world. So we actually have no
I think he's done. As long as I get one home, I'm getting the bonus.
You go back and get the books now, I'm 6. Give me a second.
Where are those? I just got heavy.
That's it. Their ability
brother.
what they're going to demand in
I'm ready for this now.
How long
I'm moving? Tell them I'm the 6th June.
In the background is the reality.
Thing the young there.
Our third carrier strike purchase contribution, 6,000 sailors and marines deployed to the region. If negotiation goes for another round, we've yet to see anything.
That's if you're not going to
I was like, hey,
fuck with that. Thanks a lot, Rolando. Let's even have a good.
So we are, in my, good news, there are locations, what's going on. Good news that you actually are talking about and dealing with some of the issues, but look, you know, we're a long way from Larry, it seems to me, on anything that would represent an end to the ceasefire, or an end to the
just remaining cautious. And you on the analysts that lead it to diplomatic failures. And we see one side the intensity will be the great level that we've seen so far.
What up? What? Unless the administration is prepared to complete scores of thousands.
Show me, man. I need some.
And much of its naval in order to look to deploy around several hundred million in order to keep the Strait open, occupy much of the country. How do you guard against Iranian drones and ballistic missiles from 700 to 1,000
Young Joe.
American forces? So, I mean, I don't want to go there because apparently I don't see the solution. Don't need to be completed. With significant traction, convincing that stepping away from return to kinetic activity is the wiser of the two options.
And just really briefly, in one sentence, you think down the issue has got to come it's that short and that
I realize once you get one fight,
So run me through the sorts of things that have to be addressed. Let's just say that this ceasefire is extended. The Iranians say once the ceasefire is operational, the straits will be open. This extender has to happen to make it run.
And I think that needs to be asked before we can really go anywhere else. Is this open? The navigation is still in the original traffic separation scheme with ships going east and west freely? Or is it still the
water? The soft drink or water, bro.
And are they still extracting money? Has money even ever changed that? There are so many uncertainties. And then underlying it's literally so many different ways. I personally don't think we need to
Young Jay, no water under there.
Now the water?
No, you want soft drink? Huh? No, all this, yeah? What is...
Yeah, you have the orange one?
Let me go on now.
Talk to them, bro.
Companies deciding
Can't do that. You've got to do that after the game.
Lay in front.
One more.
When you want straight man, put the balance so bad, pick him up. Okay. Pick him up. Anyway,
then I move
six. Then I 6 man, I kill him.
Oh, 6 there.
Then I straight man then.
6'5". 6'5".
So I'm ready.
No, no, purple.
They say they kill and just come out and come in.
There's a match on, bro.
They just kill and come back out and come in at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're really the only child, you know. You.
And so
what is
what?
that? 6 4?
How far is?
Mine man.
So when they kill that,
You do kill man. Everything killing man. So come this up there.
4 in front. It's alright. Now you gotta bust it up quick.
6'4". 6'4".
Break it. See how you're stupid? Now the man next to you for kill you.
Jump in, not dead already. Just want to see what else I did back of that.
There are so many questions about murder. So many questions about
Oh no, 6'4". I would have spinning like that.
So do you think the best that we can hope for is that we get to the end of the current ceasefire in the US around this?
Gambling.
That's how it
works. Gambling. Stop reaching for stuff. It's not. When we're gambling. When we're gambling.
When I play,
Don't listen to him. He's just a sore loser. He's a sore loser. He's a sore loser. He's a sore loser.
That day. Only man do a team like that.
You're a sore loser. With your only house, with your only syndrome. Well, get double four. Lose. Get double four.
Double four, yeah? Double four. Right, four.
Do you think the Americans are willing to
See man of the game, right? See man of the game, right? No man of the game, right? Yeah, man, I'm the big man. Dude, let me get back and put the ball to. Fuck them. Jeffy, put them on this. Son, sir. What? It's going to be out there. I see how many played them. I can't answer that.
It's a privilege, I said.
My boy, 9-9 last night. Go back. Guess what, go back? They used to get Jamaica. Oh, my God, Virginia. Oh, the team. Go back, cast them, go back and started them. You see, him tell me. I come and see them gone. I'm here by week, I'm too full. I'm here to get some time going. See when them go, I'm just going. But I'm come back. But I'm take bad over for see, you know? Okay. They're not paying her right. 100% down. That's what I'm saying, I kill a so I could push on. Mr. Man, I'm going to do it. I said, didn't do this thing in my body, man. So me never did this forward box or that, you know. From I know so that this was on here.
see some charges coming up.
Inspiring travel. Watch now on BBC. Get the BBC News app for breaking news live as it happens. Personalise the app to get your news your way. From local stories.
That's what I'm saying. Shout deal, no.
Download the app.
Ceasefire in the United States. President Trump spoke to the move, says the US Iranian troops will remain in place. This is the right plan.
Hold on. I ain't even moved yet. What did I get? I need a blood clot. I got that before. Let's see.
Furious.
Boy.
And the UK Duchess of Sussex. The last day of Australia.
Greece. So I make these guys come. He has to bring up one. So he has to bring his own. He's really got the one for me. Let's bring out our bills. Oh, we need more shootings as well, man. I need something. Need some. Alright, let me shout these guys like we got.
Absolutely furious. What I need to do is to just run with us. To set up all of our own.
Who's?
It's a whole.
Who's that? Oh, okay. When you finish at 11. It's after that, isn't it? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. Alright. He's rolling. They're rolling as well. Yeah.
Late January. This week.
What they did?
That done. Hopefully went on the hopefully went on the portrait. Fuck, man. 9 no young. 5-4.
How did you know what this is?
One no is a talk with the game, brother. It's a spin. You can catch it.
Don't mind them. No, you can't catch it. You can't catch it. No, you can't catch it. No, seriously, go.
You can't die. You can catch it.
Why wasn't it? You can't catch it.
5 kilos.
No, in the straight shooter, I should don't move over.
Can't ban another word in your life. You did a ban or a ban or something. Make me sweat the color.
What's it? How you do that? Good.
Stop by for man. By the work. Stop by the work.
Huh?
Say hi.